Well, there goes Puss, the coolest cat I've ever met. Hey, Lois, we should get a cat. Ooh, I love going on X and just shaming women. Just go because I've got like my picture of me wearing like my like I just look really like I'm wearing like my maritime digs, but it just looks I just look really really like rugged, like really it's probably the smartest you can probably look. Got like a proper like maritime whites like outfit. And I just go and just like there's always like stupid blonde women who are like they are hot. They are like at like 7 and 8 out of 10, but they're not doing what they should be doing, which is settling down and having kids, which I wouldn't even have a problem. Even if I saw them online and it was them with like 4 of their 3 kids, I wouldn't I'd just be like, oh, that's really cute. But it's not. They're just single and they're like late 20s. And it's ruined. It's ruined. It's like they've already wasted like 5 years of like fertile, really good fertile years for them just to like, I don't know, hedonistically go and earn money. And it is hedonistically. There's no need for women to earn money. There's no need. Absolutely no need. And I'll tell you why, because they just won't do it. They don't need to. They're not designed to. Because they're not saving for a family. They're just going to spend it on themselves. Because they just know that money to them is just like an extra. They don't need it. The man should always be the one in control of it. That's why they're never very good with it. Usually they're really shit with numbers because it's just not what they're supposed to do. You just don't really find a lot of women who are like obsessed with maths. They'd happen. It's not as common. But it's just true. It just bugs me so much because it's like you just know that they'll have the absolute full pick of any dude. They could actually easily settle with that and have loads of children. There's just no excuse. But the reason they don't is because they're all chasing after like some Drake someone like Drake or something like that. All of them are just chasing Drake. And Drake goes on his phone and he will like fuck all of these girls because of course he will. Of course he's gonna fuck them. Why would you not want to just fuck random girls? But women have just been like stupidly brainwashed into thinking that's acceptable. But you should just never do it. You know, you should go. So you should say to Drake, "Sorry, Drake, I don't want you to like. You're not gonna be able to stick it in me. I'm afraid. If you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to actually marry me." And then Drake would be like, "Oh shit, well I don't want to get married because then I will lose half my money if I." Do you see what I mean? That's what you're supposed to do as a woman, but you haven't. You've been like goy-lorded into instead of women getting hobbies and trying to learn to do stuff which makes them a little bit more interesting and more like viable to be suitors to husbands. They just have learned to just use sex as their like dopamine release, and that's why you get like all these women who are like Katie, who just are like when Katie says she's sex positive, that just basically means is she's like probably burnt her dopamine now and she hasn't really got any proper hobbies per se. Like for example for me, I don't care to admit it. It's been years since I've actually had like sex. Like, I'm not ashamed to admit that because it's different. It's just hard. It's just this is how it's gone with like men. If I really wanted to, I could probably do it. I just like I'm making a point there. It's like I'm not obsessed about it. If I really, really wanted to, I'm sure I could definitely go down to a pub on Friday and probably pull some like tart and fuck some girl. I'm not like denying that, but I just don't want to because it's just that's not the thing that we men are chasing now. It's not really. There's just other things that women are like. They just stupidly put themselves out of the market. For example, like me playing this game, I would argue like I have like more fun over a longer period of just playing this game and like laughing and like enjoying it than potentially like having to like date a woman just so you can have like I don't know 10 or 15 minutes of sex every now and then, and that's great. Whereas I was playing like this for like 4 hours yesterday and I was having a really good time. I don't have to worry about some fucking nagging woman just being my bitchy girlfriend. Stop playing the game. Stop playing the game. Just like, fuck off. It's not worth it. I don't care. It's absolutely not worth it. And the reason they do that is because they don't have a hobby of their own. They're just unable to, like, they can't do it. Like, even, like, my first girlfriend I had, she was a virgin. She actually did have hobbies because, again, she was, like, a virgin. So she hadn't, like, gone around and, like, slept with, like, loads of people. And then she's like, wow, this is great. I don't need to, like, learn, like, knitting or learn, like, cooking or anything like that. Because I can just get, like I can just go out and go on my phone. And then I can meet like 30 dudes in a month, and I could just like live off that because the dudes will happily, each one of those dudes will happily, if you're going to put out, pay for you to like do something good, like do something or make you a meal or something. Probably if they know like you're probably going to put out, which will probably be the case because it's just what these women do because they like sex as well. It's this is the other thing that you've been like goy-lorded into is like women are making out like it's like such a good thing that they're giving you sex, which in a way it is, but you just got to remember it's always a two-way street. They get off on it as well, and they're a lot more sexually focused than men. That's the trick you've been told. Ever since I was a little kid, it was like boys think about sex it's every 5 seconds. It's women. It's women. It's not men. It's women. It's actually women. I told you why. It's because it's what the output is. If you're a woman, your like output on life is essentially always like trying to protect yourself. It's essentially like trying to protect your purity and trying to like protect your you want to keep yourself pure and only like give it up to like the most trusted suitors and like trusted men, and they're meant to rely on the men because the whole point is the men are meant to be smarter and stronger and we protect them. And the reward is that like we like to have like a woman that we can like provide for, and then they raise my kids and they want to raise my kids. But like, any woman that you meet, if she's just slept with like probably like over 5 people, which would be really unheard of, even up until like the 1960s, 70s, 80s, it probably was still quite unheard of that you'd have a woman who was like had slept with that many people. You probably because you can get some women who can still actually have a really low body count. Like for example, you could probably find like a divorced woman who might only have like a body count of like 1 or 2, and she actually might still be savable. That's the thing. The body count's the real main thing. If you find out it's more than like 4 or 5, I wouldn't bother. Just put them in the fun zone because it's just not worth it. They'll get bored of you. That's just what it is. They'll just get bored of you. They'll just get bored of you and know they have options because you're just not going to be able to be like so incredibly amazing and fun all the time. You'll have like a little spark, and it'll be like a sort of it's actually them love bombing you. They'll love bomb you. They'll say that you love bomb them, but it's not. They'll love bomb you because at the start they just want the sex, so they'll like put out loads. And then once you start to get like a bit more comfortable with them, and you have like a bit of like what you'd say like a relationship, or you're like kind of dating, because they've always got a phone, they're always just got like this sort of like wandering eye where they can always just go on like their social media account. It's always going to be a litany of like, because you're competing against the whole world. It's like I said to you, when your gran got married, there would have probably been maybe 3 or 4 suitors for like my nan, with my granddad being one of them. So it was just a lot easier just to get their attention, because the women are social creatures and they do want to like actually to get married. They do want that. So they would just accept a lot less. Like my dad was telling me about when he was like dating my mom in the 80s. And like they just like, oh yeah, I just met him, just took him to my mum to the pub, which had like a pint, and that was it. I'll go back home. I'll just be a night. It's like, well, you could probably still do that, I suppose, on the first date, but even then, sometimes it's like, oh, it's like they'll probably want you to go on dinner or some shit. And it's just like, oh, fuck that. I'm not gonna do that. This is why it's all backwards. If women actually do want to earn money, they're the ones who should be enticing men out. It's completely flipped on its head, and the reason why is because of simflation. And the simflation is just essentially, again, it's the Jews have used India and Africa to basically just ruin kind of everything, and it's worked really well. So effectively, it's ruining like Canada. It's like it's starting to like ruin like Europe. It's ruined like so many companies at this point. It's ruined so many like the economy and stuff. They all loads of them sell drugs and shit. And then they also, what they do is they just like they get VPNs, and then they all just like laugh as like white people, and then they're just trying to like catfish women for bulk and for jeans. And this is just what the problem is. It's just like probably the woman isn't even able to fast through all of the, like, the hinge things, because she'll be like really confused, because there'll just be like these like really fucking like good, stupidly good looking blokes who, like, the Indians have just gone on, they'll go on Hinge, and they'll like, they would have taken a picture of like a really hot woman, and then the really hot guys will then will then speak to them, and then the Indian guy will then take the pictures off that, and then because they're from like a dating website, they're not like for public viewing. So if you try to use like Tin Eye or like those reverse image sites, it won't come up with anything. You'll be like, well, it must be legit then, because look, it's not coming up with anything. But don't fall for that. Again, you have to use critical thinking. You have to use critical thinking. And that's why. It's because he's got it off a dating website. So like, it's not it's not technically like public image. You can like search for it. It sort of is, but not really. I don't know. You're not supposed to like screenshot the pictures, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't give you an option to save them. Yeah. And so then like they'll just be like hyper bad, and they're just like they don't have real jobs. They all like dress up like bugs. They're like cockroach men, and they all like put on like a shirt and like little like chinos or something, and like they think they're pretending to be like white. And then they just like cram on a little train, and it's just absolutely horrid condition. Imagine how hot it must be there now. And then they go to the like sweaty office, and it's just scamming. None of this is legitimate. All of it is just completely illegal, but for some reason it's like the biggest organisation of crime ever, because you'd never ever see something like that in the UK or Europe. Just having a fucking call centre just in the middle of like a huge office block, and every other floor will just have the same thing. Just have another company with the same thing. The whole country is just run on scams, and they all just sit there and they just fucking... They've ruined like phones, and we just haven't let this go. I am always so baffled how, like, even when the phone scams were going along, there was still somehow like psyops and just thinking, oh, it's just like a small little bit of India. Oh, it's like it's Karachi. Oh, it's in Pakistan. Oh, it's in Bangladesh. Fuck off. Who cares? It's all of that. It's not good enough. Should have just immediately been like, fuck that. Like, even China just didn't. China do have scams, but to this level, it was never as bad as this, and it's never as like nefarious as like having whole fucking blocks with loads of computers and there's people, like loads of people whose lives is just being funded and brought up. Like, imagine like you're raising your little Indian family, and your dad is like known for just being a fucking scammer, the best scammer in India, or the best scammer in that company. It's just absolutely insane. They just live off degeneracy and porn and like anything. They just don't care. They're absolutely insane. I also don't think they have nuclear weapons. I think that's just another thing that like Jews have said to just stop us from invading them. I really don't think they do. And if they did, I really cannot imagine those things as would function. Absolutely not. Probably just like explode and blow themselves up. but they are absolutely going to be an issue. And it's the same with Africa as well. Because the Jews have done it on purpose. They've deliberately been giving all this aid to Africa because what they just wanted to do is just breed a nice, fat, nice army because they just know that, like, it's just going to be something that if we do have to sort that out as Europeans, what they're going to try and do is they're then going to try and, like, they'll try and use the racism thing again, but I just don't think it's going to work this time because, like, seriously, if, like, shit happens and we have to sort Africa out, I don't think anyone's gonna care. It'll probably that will probably just create a new breed of very, very like strong white European conquerors who would have just had to. I don't know. I gotta be careful, I suppose, but there's a lot of people in Africa, so you know. Luckily, they don't really have much of an army. That's what I'm saying to you. It is just like pretty much a free pickings, which is weird why like no one has. That's why I'm surprised that China hasn't. But I just wonder if it's because the EU would stop them. Because the EU, again, I hate having to keep saying it, but it's just, it is. Things like the EU and stuff, they're all like run by fucking like they're Jewish people as well, because you keep saying like, why do you keep saying, but it generally is. I've seen like so many like things where it then shows you who are the top members of the UN, and it's like these people are always at the top. Well, even in our own government, we have Keir Starmer. He wasn't Jewish, but his wife was, so he's definitely gonna have like loads of henpecking from her about like being pro-Israel. Then we've got Andy Burnham coming in, and he does love Israel loads. So again, lovely, nice show. Then we have Ed Miliband. He's Jewish. And he's like trying to basically just like blot out like any industry or business by making energy so expensive that it just basically means that any like now like new starting companies are going to have such a bad back foot and like trying to start business. You effectively can only do it if you really start. You have like old money and you just have loads of collateral. You can just rely on that for ages. To give you context, like my brother and his partner like did a business and they're only just about making profit from it, and they've been running that for like almost 10 years. Because just everything's so bad. They're just intentionally doing it on purpose to just stop anyone from innovating or doing anything. They're just trying to cease all progression. That's why everything just feels like effectively we're just stuck in like the sort of early 2000s. Like the fact I'm fucking playing Final Fantasy VII Remake is an absolute perfect like, allegory to that. And every single IP, anytime you see anything coming out, I keep on joking and saying like we're not making new IPs, we just keep on using the same thing. Keep making remakes. It's like Bob Odenkirk is like doing a remake shot for shot of like the Room. I'm like, again, just can't do anything new, can you? Just can't do anything new. Same with like sports. It's like, well, you can't really do anything new with that because it's just going to eventually it will just be black. It literally just all black people just playing. It's just the only people watching. It'll just be black people, and that's what they're trying to do. They want that. I think we're playing against Ghana, but I'm not gonna watch it. I don't really care. Yeah, it's crazy. It's so obvious, and also it's like so obvious that every single piece of media, any sort of entertainment, again, who runs all that? I'm not gonna say it. This is how I'm crazy for saying it. But that's why they want you to like feel stupid for like talking about them because it's true. But it's because they're not making content for us. I think like Supergirl was just a really good like example of that. It's just like there was a guy who I watched called Dispora who's just again he's just like he would have just he reminds me of like if there was an alternate universe where like they were still letting like white straight men make comedy, I could imagine he'd be like this. He reminds me a little bit of like what's his name, like that guy who made like IT Crowd and like the guy got done for like saying anti-trans stuff in the airport. Richard Ingham or something like that. I could just he'd probably be like someone like him who just probably already have like a couple of like really good series under his belt. Because he probably would have like really funny like ideas because that's how you'd do it. You'd be hiring like white men because they'd make good comedy for like white men, and then it's because white men are like the most trendy sort of people. Even though the Jews are trying to suppress it and they're trying to like really make out like black men are the coolest, they're not. So they might be better at sports, but they're just more ugly. There's no like diversity. They all just have like the same kind of like black hair and like they all have like this like really aggressive sweat that I just know from like speaking to people. Like when you speak to like people who have like been with black guys, they always do say that they've got like a more pungent like funk. It's just like they sweat different because it's just they're not the same species as us. They have like loads of like different like intolerances as well, and I think that actually even their like tongue is probably like mapped completely differently. Cause it just seems like they're obsessed with sugary foods. They're like, it's like that when the like Anglos sort of develop, they start to like prefer more bitter stuff. So you get like for me, it's like when I was a teenager, started like eating like olives and drinking beer. Sort of is a bit more tasty. You start to like things like that a bit more. But I just think like when you're black, you just always have this this predilection for sweet stuff. I just wonder if again it's just a survival thing when they're in the savannah and like Africa. They know like sugar is like a quite rare thing. So if they ever do from like a juicy mango, I don't know, my body wants them to eat it because it's like really rare. But for us, it's like, oh, we know evolutionary from growing up that we've got a lot of like corn and like meats and stuff like that, cheeses and things, so like we don't need to necessarily keep eating like sugary stuff when we're kids. We can just develop it and move into like, but it just seems like when you see these people eating those like fucking horrendous Kool-Aid pineapple things, and so many videos I've seen just these fucking black women cooking. And it's like one woman was cooking spaghetti bolognese, and she had like one of these huge bags, like literally like in America you just do buy like an absolute like a burlap sack almost of sugar. She's just pouring it into like into the pasta, a massive heaping amount of it. It's absolutely grim as fuck. Like what's that going to do? It makes them disgusting, like syrupy, disgusting. But they'll love it because it's going to taste nice because it'll be like. It's got like salty carb, and then you got like all the sugar. It's the perfect combination. That's why again, even when like you see all the fast food companies and they're making these like horrible things, every time you see it, there's always like a bunch of like white people like, oh, who's buying this? And then if you go down in the comments, there's always one or two real people who will say what it is. But, this is, and they'll say it's. I don't want to say the first part of it. NIG slop. And that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's basically just like something that's been made just for black people. It's usually going to be something really like overly overtly sexual. Just like really dumb. Really simple. Or just like some kind of like a gratuitous, absolutely crazy, like sugary, gratuitous drink, or like. Again, it's what they're doing. They're not trying to like make the good. They don't want to improve Whitey's life. They're giving like the black guys like the golden period. The only people who are getting the golden period, living the golden age now, is like third worlders. If you're a third worlder, this is sort of your like golden age at the moment. It won't last for very long. That's what I'm saying. It's a golden age now. That's why I always say to these guys, I'm like, just enjoy it while you can. It's not going to be for definite. And it's just this sad reality you got to remember in life is that it does kind of actually matter where you end up. That's why I always think it's just like, if you see these videos and you've got like all these like rappers and they're like flexing all these like shitty cars or whatever, that's great. But all I just think is, are you going to have that still at the end of your life? As in, are you going to actually still kind of like have successfully owned it, and you're not going to have like snowballed your money, and it turns out that by the time you're in your 50s, you've pawned it all off, so you don't actually own it anymore, and then you're just like living destitute. So I'd say like that's a failure. Then you know, when you're on your deathbed and they're like, so what's happened? You'd be like, yeah, it was a really successful rapper, and people are like, oh, awesome. But you just be like, I haven't got now. I don't have anything. That's what I always think. It's just, you can have that now and enjoy it, but you might not have it forever. Like, where are you going to end up? Are you going to be able to like actually retire and think, oh? And I just think like possibly a lot of the immigrants are going to have that in the back of their mind, as they just know they probably can't very much feel really comfortable about this place, and that's what you want them to be thinking. Because it's not a requirement for us to need it. It's just literally was it's something that was reserved for the top of the top. We would have a couple of like really good actors from every place, but they just absolutely knew that they were the minority, so you had to behave, because there'd be so many white people that if like one of them starts to freak out, then the white people are just gonna like observe it and just like, this guy's insane. And it's like probably like, well, it doesn't matter. It would just be like everyone will just gang up on them. Because it's just ridiculous that effectively like, immigration is so bad that we're going to become a minority of our own country, and we're not allowed to feel bad about that. We are not allowed to feel bad about that. In any other country, if that happened, you just know that there would already been like a civil war or some shit. If you heard about that in Africa or some shit, heard about that in India or some shit, and then you heard there was a big civil unrest and they just chased all of them out, you just wouldn't care about it. You just get on with your day. You just go, oh, that makes sense. But here it's like a massive point of contention. It's like this is like the Holy Land of what's it called? The place in One Piece, Marijiwari, or it's like the Holy Land. There's like the select people who are on top of the red line, and that's where we are right now. So everyone's just trying to clamber into it, and now we're just like, no, there's not enough space. Sorry, man. Even if you're born here and you're like Indian, I'm like, well, you just have to excuse your parents' fault. It's just, unfortunately, it's just a sad reality of life. It's that all you gotta think about is that when you go back to India, and if you choose to have a child, like that kid will know no difference, and the cycle can just start again. It will just be the people who have been like impact. It will just be the anchor child will have it probably the worst. So to give you context, I had like a friend who was Indian, and like he's only gone to India like I think a couple of times for like weddings and stuff. And even then, I'd imagine he probably, because he was really well off, he would have stayed in like a really expensive place. So he might be included in that, because his parents were definitely just like fully like the fully Indians who like they weren't even like they were born. They were just fully Indians who just like moved it. So they might have to go. And that's just like a business loss. It's just tough shit. So you could argue like, oh, that's not fair for him, but then it's just like a business risk, isn't it? Because if you're like an Indian man and you have a portfolio of like 100 properties, right? You just have to be thinking in your head that there is a risk that in 2029, that Rupert Lowe might get like voted in, and if that happens, very well, like things will change really suddenly, and you might just like forfeit those properties. You could just say, "Well, that just sounds really like messed up." But well, then I'll say, "Well, he should know. You, if you're going to be in that like market, you should be aware of like what's happening." And I don't think it's good enough that if that happened on the day, that I'd feel sorry for him because I would just literally make that point. I'd say, "Well, you probably should have known that like what Restore was. This shouldn't be such a surprise. Come to 2029, somehow this like elusive party that no one knows of has won." You know what I mean? Because that's just like life. That's just business. Sometimes you can go into business and like you could have something, and then the stocks change and things, and you can just get fucked overnight. That's the same thing. You just have to have exactly that same reaction. Just why is boo-hoo? Oh no, they're gonna lose loads of money and have to go back to their home country. Okay, well, yeah, like that happens with like loads of people. Someone will take a loan out and they put it into a business and it fucks off overnight and they have to go bankrupt and you go like live in a box for a bit. But it's just ridiculous that like we're being fair. We're being sort of like stigmatized. And even for example, my job is like there's like a Muslim guy and a Chinese guy. Like, what possible kind of like bothering familiarity do I have? Not even like I don't even really care to like make friends anyway. But like if they're even like a different race, I'm just like oh just whatever. Because it's just you just know deep down there's gonna be like, especially them, they'll have it. Because especially if they're like brown or black, you just know that they're gonna be more stupid. So they're probably just gonna be racist to you. And they're just gonna every time you're talking, you can just feel like they're just in their head thinking you're really stupid because you're smiling and pretending, but it's actually because you know that so you're actually playing them because you know that they probably are like super racist, but they think they're outsmarting you because they're like sat there going, haha, yeah, I really input, really good work. But actually in my head I'm going, these guys probably are just like in their heads as both saying like, fuck this like white guy, I'm so glad that we're just like here and just taking all these people's jobs and stuff. It's probably what they're thinking. It's not like he's thinking, oh, I want to go back to Hong Kong, or I want to go back to like one of like India. I think that's where he's from. I think he's like a Muslim Indian. So it's like, you see what I mean? It's like they're not going to ever think that, are they? I just think it's really funny that for some reason, like, they're in England and they're interacting with like a white guy, and they're probably thinking, I don't understand how like this has even been happening, or why this is like, we wouldn't let this happen. And it's true, it wouldn't. I'm sure if you went to like China, they would not let like me just go into like certain places and just get a job. And there wouldn't be like incentives in China that would push me into higher positions because I'm white. Absolutely, it'd be the absolute opposite. I'd be given like the bottom if I even got it, because they'd just be like racist and prejudiced during the interviews. And there'd be no law that would say that because there's no Jewish person who's like written that in. The Chinese man will just be allowed to completely be like prejudiced on like your race, you know, who I am, and anything like that, and there'd be nothing I could do. Like if I tried to like call the police, they'd probably throw me in prison for wasting their time. That's how it should be. The backwards thing we've done is we've made it illegal for us to ask religion. We've made it illegal to ask like, are you wanting to have kids? And we've made it illegal to like ask these like things like that. And why we've done that again is again Jews have done that because they don't want you like they didn't want it to have it. So during like the 80s and the 90s or so, whenever trying to like get people into like the higher positions, you know, like white Christian man, and he would probably back then be like, huh, I hope you don't mind me just asking what religion you are. I suppose they could lie and just like pretend they're Christian, but like, if they just openly were like, "Oh, Jewish," and they might be like, "Well, sorry, this is a Christian-only family. I don't want to hire you, right?" And that's why the Jewish person would go, "I don't like this. I don't like this," and they call up his lawyer friend and be like, "Okay," and then they try and like speak. They probably have like a Jewish like guy, who's like now in one of the senators or something like that. And they'd be like, "Okay, we're going to put in this new doctrine that says you're not allowed to ask for a religion because it's otherwise it is." So then that's why they've done that. Because what other reason is it? What religion are you? Hindu. Yeah, I don't like. I want to work with a Hindu guy. It's only there again to like stop, to let other people in. It's inhibiting your power to make decisions, and allowing people to get through the net. It'd almost be like, I'm surprised they're even allowed to ask you about criminal records, to be completely fair with you. Like, why, at that point, why not? Why can't I just make that argument? Why can't I just not say, oh, maybe if they do ask me if I've got any criminal convictions, I can say, how dare you say that? But apparently that would make sense. Like, if I said that someone, of course you need to know that. But then if I said about the religion, I go, well, that is racist. That's just completely fucked up. Why would you ever ask a woman if she's going to have kids? It's absolutely fucked up. It's because the Jews want that. They want you to have to hire a woman, because you have to, because there's quotas. So they want you to have to hire some, like, loads of fucking, like, 19, 20-year-old girls who's, like, just going to be, like, absolutely ripe to get, like, fucked. And they're just going to, like, work there for 6 months. But, hey, I'm just going to go and squeeze out 3 children now. Exactly, all in a row. And then you have to pay them, and you're not allowed to give that job to someone else as well. So if you're a starting up business, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And you're not allowed to ask. And that's the way the Jews have done it. That's the way the Jews have done it. Because who does that benefit? Who does that actually benefit? Just ask yourself that. People say it was to protect that woman who really shouldn't even be working, if I'm being honest with you. So basically all that's happened again for women being in the workplace is it's added sexual harassment stuff, which happens a lot because it's women who usually can't keep it in their pants, and they have to, and they just use like work as like some kind of like validation camp, but they just wear like slutty like office wear, and they all like play games with each other, just trying to like see who can I get, but they push the envelope the furthest, and who's gonna get like the first like email from HR like saying like, oh, it'll be like a company-wide email that comes out, and they'll be like, just to remind women that there is a dress code, and you just know that like, once that's happened, it's like some fucking like fat ugly like bin in like HR, probably black, some fat black woman in HR is just like saw like Tanya just wearing like she's just naturally got huge tits, but she's just like wearing like a slightly like, open cut top. So she's gonna be like, oh no, oh lordy lord, and let's type that out. And it's just again, it's just, what's the point? Because again, if the women weren't there, it would help the women out because they wouldn't have to like hypergamistically be like unattracted to people on their level, and also taking a job away from the men. They would just be like at home or like some social clubs or stuff where they could their main goal will just be trying to meet a man. Their main goal will just be from the age of like 18 is just to try and find a good suitor. And the men would do that because like as long as they're like virgins and they just haven't been like tainted by social media and like gone to like uni, which is just rape club. Like uni's just rape club. All women do at uni is just get raped. Well, it's not even rape. It's just just get fucked by like 30 dudes, and that you're ruined. You're absolutely ruined. Absolutely ruined. Like you're just not gonna be able to wife them up. They need to not be able to go to uni. They don't need to. It's just they don't need to. It's no point. Even if a woman wants to be a doctor, there could just be a man who could be a doctor, and it'll just be much better at it. The argument just doesn't make any sense. We need more doctors. Okay, well then we'll just get rid of it. Just stop women from working, and what that'll do is it makes it so like workers become more scarce, and what that does is it instantly will make the jobs much more valuable. Because then all of a sudden, like, if you're in McDonald's and, like, you're like, oh, I need a McDonald's, like, grill chef to come by. A white guy will probably go in there and he knows how hard the economy is. And he'll be like, oh, I probably would like, I don't know, 27 grand or something like that. And then, like, the McDonald's, like, person will probably be an Indian guy or a black guy. Or, like, or it'll be the shop owner. It'll be the franchise owner, sorry. He's going to want to be saving as much money as possible. So he'll like just write down Kevin, really good, really smart, very competent, salary 27k. And then like, the next person will come in and it'll be like Akshay, and he'll be like from India, and he'll just be like, so how much money do you want for this? And he'll be like, Uh, I do not know, sir. I do, maybe I don't know, just like £1,000 a month. So £1,000 a month. They'd be like, well, that's actually less than minimum salary. We can actually even give him a bit more than that. He'd be like, really, sir? Oh, that is absolutely amazing, sir. And then like, then they realize that he's really desperate as well. So already, like in that guy's brain, he knows now he's got like power and control over him. So you want to then hire Akshit because you know Akshit's desperate for the money. So he'll always, whereas like Kevin, the smart white guy, he's gonna have options, and he's probably only gonna work there for like a couple of months, and that's actually what you're supposed to be doing. That's what we want the kids to be doing. But they obviously like that Indian man who owns like McDonald's is one. He wants to like he wants as much money as possible. So and also because he's got Isa, he wants to hire Akshit because then he'll be a caste system as well. Because he'll probably be like Brahmin or the one below that, whereas he'll be like a Dalit or like the Untouchable. And also then because they're both Indian as well, like they will have like no regard, and none of them are gonna be like definitely not like enforcing any like law rules or anything, and because they're both gonna hate white people as well, so they're just gonna both be there like pretending that anytime they see a white customer come in, they'll just pretend that they're like. But even sometimes they don't do that. Most time you just go into any Indian run place, they just look at you, they don't even say hello. They just go yes. They say hello, hi there, yes. What do you want? Can I just get like a large Papa John's pizza, please? What topping? Can I just get a barbecue base? Stuffed crust? No, thank you. $15.99. It's just literally that. It's like, great. What? This is so good. Whereas I'm sure, like, if it was like a white guy who was just like starting college, starting like university or something like that, he'd probably have like a bit of a chat with you, and he'd probably be quite fun because he'd just be like a little bit like, oh, this is quite fun. Because he'd be getting paid like, as I said to you, probably like 25 grand because there'd be a shortage of people doing it. Because then in that hypothetical, they wouldn't hire Akshit because Akshit doesn't exist. There's no like fucking like bugman slaves who are just gonna like work for like pittance because they come from like actual shitholes, and they'll do anything to like, lick skid marks of toilets because it's like they don't want to go back to India. That's why these people are here. And also, it drives up boomers' houses. So all the boomers who own properties, secretly they want all of these immigrants in, because they know, again, if like millions go when like Rupert Lowe throws everyone out, they'll drive all the house prices down as well. And all the boomers really don't want that. That's why all the boomers want to vote reform. Because if you look at reform's like audience, it's just loads of boomers. Because that's what they are. These are going to be like the boomers who are like the proper hard R boomers who are going to have like portfolios of 30 properties, and they've just been brainwashed by watching too much like Jewish Goy Lord TV that just earn loads of money, be really materialistic. Your kids are spoiled racist bigots. They don't deserve the inheritance. Give all your inheritance to like Indians and like black people and like racial guilt and reparations and stuff. This is those are those people. Those are the suicidal empathy white guys, and they definitely will not want like the Afghans and the Indians and the Muslims to go, because they'll be renting out to these places, and they'll be on like government schemes. So they're just like, again, like little residual income farms for them. So they'll just have like 19 properties and they'll be renting them out to like the government schemes, and they'll get paid like a crazy amount, probably like 1,500 a month per person. And then that's not good enough for them, even though they're probably making, like I said to you, like there's some boomers you'll meet and they'll be retired, right? They're like in their like 60s or something, they're retired. And they'll just tell you that just in residual income from like their pension, they'll be like making probably like, I don't know, like $3,000 a month, and they've paid their mortgage off. So that $3,000 is just going to be for like their council tax, anything to do with their car, but probably at that point as well, all their cars have been paid off. So, and their insurance will be really cheap, because like if you've driven, you're not an idiot, your insurance can get really cheap after a while. Like my dad's is like really cheap. It's literally like less than £100 a year, because he's just never had an accident. Plus, they've got all these ices and stuff because they've had. It's just like you just don't understand the buying power they have. It's probably like the equivalent of like if I today was earning like 6 grand a month. I'm not gonna like talk too much, but that is a lot more than I earn already. That's probably what it would be like to feel like my dad back then. So then, I once I've paid off all of my bills and stuff, I'd still almost have like probably a double, sorry, half of what that is left over, and you could just do so much with that. That's the sort of like buying power that like boomers would have. So if you had like an extra like maybe like 3 grand just like in your bank, and you could just do whatever you wanted, and every month you're just gonna make that extra, you'd just stuff it in a saving account, wouldn't you? But they don't want you to do that. Because then you also have options. Because then also what that would mean is like what I could do is I would be able to like work for a year, and I could save up a huge kitty, and then I could just like do something. But they don't want that. They want you to like be grinding and grinding and grinding, and you're never quite making enough. You're always paycheck to paycheck. So then you're going to be more desperate. But they don't want that to happen because if that happens, they're going to lose loads of money. So they'll come up with all these excuses, but you just know deep down it's just going to be because they own loads of places. They don't give a fuck about these Muslims. Right. So Katie has not released something on her second video. So she's lied. So, but there's a little bit left. Oh, I only got through half of the video. I watch porn.
You say cisgender? Good job.
I'm just like, I think the funny thing is I'm playing longer just because it's so hot that but look at, I'm sorry, I'm not even like in a pervy way, but like, just look at like the side profile of Tifa, and her tits are absolutely ridiculous. There's no way you could have tits that big in a frame like that. Oh, it was so funny. It was so funny and really bizarre as well, actually. So they did like this episode of the whatever podcast because I was off on Monday, so I was like, "That's pretty funny," so I can just like watch it. And it was like, it was the 300th episode, and I think I remember like Brian mentioning it. So he was gonna like bring on like the smorgasbord of all of the best people. So he had like Rachel Wilson and Andrew, and it's like you can say whatever you want about it, but like they're good like debaters, and that's just you just want that. It's just entertaining, isn't it? They had like this fucking like fat. She was actually like the most based one, but ironically she was like the most ugly and the oldest. But that's wise because she's like she's from that generation. And she was like super MAGA, but like that's fine. But she was really, really cool. She just wasn't very attractive. And then you had this fucking. She was like the one who actually assaulted and Andrew Wilson, I think. She was like the deaf one. He spoke fucked. Then there was just like some other like brunette woman with like really like bulgy eyes. It was like it was like she was on Xanax or something like that. And she was like the super feminist woman, and she just came out with some of the most utter garbage shite ever. Some of like when you hear like the rationalization for them with abortion, it is absolutely dark as hell. It's the sort of thing that Katie would do. It's that you just cannot justify the fact that you're just killing a child. It's just actually mental, and the fact you're doing it to yourself is insane. Like, how is that not just self-harm? How can you argue it's not self-harm? And they'll do it. They'll always have an answer. If you get a tattoo, that's not self-harm. You can argue that is, but yeah, cutting yourself, that is self-harm, obviously. But you like destroying a part of yourself is not somehow, and there's somehow Jews have just been able to do that. They've just done it. They've obviously thrown so much money at this, and they've spent so much money over the decades just trying to like promote any artists or anyone who like in theory should have just been locked up, but they wouldn't have done that. They've had scouts who deliberately like found like these like fucked up like feminists from Europe who would do like some art exhibition about like how good abortion is and stuff, and like keep bringing up the 0.1% examples of like some like I don't know some like Ukrainian like war veteran, so yeah, who got like raped during the war, and then like talk about how liberating and how good it was that the child was aborted or some shit like that. And it's like then the women are too dumb and they just think like that one exception is everything now. So they'll just be like, so that's what happens. And every time like they do this stupid abortion debate, they just end up like going, but what about? And they end up saying the most retarded scenario ever, where it's like, yeah, okay, in that one scenario, yes. But then let's not make it legal. Let's just like keep it as like again like something that's super rare. So to give you an example, it'd be like I think there are like certain medical situations where they would have to give you cocaine, which would mean that technically somewhere like in hospital they will have cocaine somewhere because there is something that it might even be if you just OD on it or something. You need to like take a small amount of it or something. I might be wrong, but I know or heroin or something. Like heroin will definitely probably be in like a so somewhere they are making like a legalized version of heroin because they have to for like drug places and stuff. Because I know there's other places like in Scotland where if you want to shoot up heroin, no, it's in like Germany. They've got like a really good way of like doing drugs. So it's like if you just want to like shoot up heroin, you can go into the place and they'll give it to you. They'll give you like a fresh needle, clean needle. And also, 100% that it's like going to be like proper grade stuff because it's been made in a lab. The only condition is when you're like tripping you're not. You have to like stay in like this booth or something like that. But they do that, and I think it really works. Like after a while, they just start to like want to stop doing it because I think that's the point. It's like once they start to like come out of it, then they'll get a bit of counselling and stuff. But then they'll just always say like, "There's no shame if you just want to keep coming back, you can. All we just ask is you just do it in the booth." So we're monitored, and if you're OD or something, we're there immediately, and then it works. That's how you should really do it. It's the same they do with like paedophilia as well, because it doesn't really work the same with black and brown people. Because I'm sorry to say it to you, I think the majority of them are. It's just their culture. It is just genetic in their culture. But with the white people, it was an outlier. A lot of it being like abuse that from when they were children. But sorry. But do you want to know how I really do think like boys become gay? I think it is down to a lack of like a father model. I think that is what it is. So what happens is basically like I think a lot of your like what you get into when sexualize is what happens to you when you're a child. So if you basically suffer any traumas when you're a child, those will develop into like unhealthy sexual things. So for me, I think like if you don't have a dad figure, strong patriarchal role model. So like what's happening now, where like, they're just trying to teach all these like kids that are growing up as single house mothers because they just like, default to the mum. When you grow up, you kind of crave for like that male attention, and I think that just kind of warps with you because you're not supposed to be deprived of your dad. So if you are, because the courts will make it really difficult for some dad, and also like black people, for example, their dads just don't want to be involved anyway. Um, that's where it's going to happen because these kids grow up and it's like they should be having like a sort of dad to be a bit bossy and tell them off. And I think it's then when they sort of develop and the sexual urges and stuff, it kind of goes into that trauma and it causes them to then want to like sexually be with a man, if that makes sense. It's because they never had it. They've been with their mum the whole time. Do you see what I mean? I think it's something. I do think it's something a bit like that. And the same with like um, pedophilia. It's like mostly a lot of that's going to stem from something's happened to them when they were a child. And then because they've had that trauma, again, it's what happens. They grow up and then they end up like repeating the cycle because it's just like it's just a messed up thing. It just ends up being like a uncontrollable urge they have. And I do really think that's like how it is. Probably the same with like potentially the trans people as well to some extent. It's certainly not being developed from a place of like a good, healthy place. I don't know if I've ever like has there really ever been a trans person, I think, where it hasn't been like riddled with just, like loads of grief and misery and just probably somewhere deep down. So I think for example, like a lot of like the celebrities who do it, that comes from like them having to go to these like fucking god awful like parties. Like Sam Hyde did a video and it was actually really, and it did actually. He was just hitting on. In some ways, he was just saying like the kind of like bombastic, crazy shit that I say, where it's like probably not going to be ever able to prove it, and that's always just going to be like the thorn in the side. It's just people going to be, Jody, what's the source of that? The source is just the aggregation of me noticing a series of different patterns over. I can't give you a source that isn't. The source is my brain. The source is my brain taking everything I'm seeing and making a critical analysis, which is that. I can't give you a website. It's not going to be a fucking pie chart that's going to say that, dude. That's what the Jews want you to do. They don't want you to be critical thinking. They want you to have to keep going on Ask Grok and Ask Gemini. And if what you say doesn't exactly match up with what that AI says, you're wrong. Because that AI is mega brain. You think you're smart? Not mega brain though, are you? That AI is mega brain. And that's what these stupid people think. And this is why they want to push AI. So everything's going to be governed by AI. And AI is just going to be the arbiter for everything. Because the stupid people, like they're sheep. And they just can't possibly question the AI. Because they're like idiots. They're like 70, 80 IQ retards who are idiots. And it doesn't make sense to them. They know like Elon Musk, Google, they're smart, big brain. So they make some kind of, and they don't really understand what AI is either. Because again, it's too smart for them. So they just take everything for face value. So they just go, ask Grok, is what this guy's saying right? And it's always going to just like be, if it's something racial, like let's just say I said something, oh, I think black people are really ugly or some shit, and then like some black guy who's got like LeBron James with big fat chin and he's like a big pug nose, just like as his profile picture, it's like, Grok, is this true? Of course, Grok is just gonna like spew out some to support him and just be like, no, what Input is saying is completely wrong. In fact, over the last couple of blah blah blah, black women have won this many beauty contests. So even that, if I saw that, I'd just be like, yeah. But this is just again another thing. Like, who is voting the beauty contest? It's gonna be like a bunch of white women, bunch of Jewish dudes, and a bunch of like other black guys who are doing it, and they're just gonna tribally vote. Because it's not true with like genetics. The dating stuff. Everyone wants to fuck white women, and no one wants to fucking marry a ratchet hood, masculine, ghetto black woman who's probably got probably honestly got STIs. Like half of them have like an STI, and they all get like diddled when they're like 14. You're not allowed to talk about that though. They say like it's white people who do that. They always just bring up like fucking rednecks. It's like, yeah, okay, rednecks in like what the small couple of parts states in America, as opposed to like whole of Chicago and the whole of Florida, the whole of East St. Louis, whole of Detroit, like all of New York, most of New York. They're all fucking engaged in it. They're like, yeah, no, man, it's white guy sport, and they show like a picture of like Epstein in his plane, and it's like these. It's what Sam Hyde was saying as well. It's like, hey, fucking black people need to like actually have a lesson when they're in like in their like in their little ghetto schools, and it's like actually just sit and have like a whitey 101. It's like show like pictures of like Arabs and like this is not a white man. Then show a picture of a Jew and be like, this is not a white man. Then show a picture of like a like Christian dude, but this is a white man. They don't. They all just think like Mexicans, Arabs, Jews. They all think we're the same, and this is another huge issue that's causing loads of problems. Because they just, this is what I'm saying to you. The black rappers, they get like offered this like fucking record deal, and and then like the music they're making, it'd just be like called like fuck white or something. I'm just giving like absolute like, and they're never questioning why these white people what they see, even though they've got names like they probably do is called like Finkelstein and just like Weinstein or something like that, because Weinstein's quite just a common last name. Um, they just don't understand that. They'll just still think like that's like white because they just see them and they just got like big noses and they're curly and they just think they're like Italian or some shit. It's too racist. They just don't understand. And they just, that's it. So it's like they get really confused. And so every time you go on X, sometimes you have like an argument with them. And it's like a revelation. It's like you've just like exposed this like huge, they've like finally cracked it. Because they're like, shut up, you pedos. And I'm like, what's that based off? And I go, look at this. What are you talking about? Epstein revealed all of it. And you're just like, no, you idiot. These guys are Jewish. And like, no, you look exactly the same. And you're like, oh my God. So they don't understand that Jews are using them effectively, again, just to ruin America and brainwash like black kids to become really hyper aggressive and hate whitey. They don't understand that. They just think that they're like some super talent and there's like some crazy, there's something like like prodigy and this is gonna no. It's like they're deliberately as a humiliation ritual just trying to find like the most fucking crazy looking black man. Probably the most angry, violent black man again. Bonus if he's ugly, and just make him really rich because they just know that like, black people vote in a block, and black people do anything to see other black people be famous because that's the whole tribal thing, isn't it? Beat Whitey, just make sure Whitey doesn't win. So they'll all vote and watch this shitty rap, and even though it probably they love it, they probably do love it because again it's made for them. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I probably might have listened to songs if it was like really, it was as edgy. It's just like death to all black people, death to all black people. That's like pretty edgy and hardcore. But like black people's music, legitimately will be uncensored. Just be like, go shoot up the cops, rob the bank, go home to my OnlyFans wife. Watching OnlyFans is not for losers. It's for cool people. Watch OnlyFans. It's the most degenerate shit because you can just see the Jewish people like in the meetings like yes because if they were like again in Israel where that's their country they want to protect, of course they're not going to do that. Where in Israel are you ever going to see a bunch of white people so imagine I was in Tel Aviv. This is exactly what they're doing. So imagine if I was in Tel Aviv and there was like a couple of black people who were in there, but I knew there was enough of them that I could use music to just like make them fuck with politics a bit. Somehow, because of the way the law's written in America, because it's all like written in like ye old ambiguous, legally ambiguous like writing, which is perfect for like someone who's like a lawyer, a Jewish lawyer. Because it doesn't ever specify anywhere that like founders are white or like the people should be white. If they just written that in it, the world would be completely different. If at any point when they wrote the Constitution, they writ like the clause in this applies only to white American citizens. This world would be completely different because the slaves just never have happened. Or the freedom of the slaves could have still happened, but when they were freed, they would have probably just had to have gone back to Africa because they just would have absolutely no power. They wouldn't be allowed to have guns and stuff and vote. But because they didn't, yeah, this is where we are now. Every single one, in the eyes of the law, are hard American citizens. Because when Martin Luther King did that, they did the vote. They obviously got on the women's heartstrings, and they made it really trendy to want to be these active, progressives. They all have voted it. They would have been like, hell yeah, definitely gonna vote it. And then as soon as that happened, they had like the military police literally like hold guns up to these white people and be like, these are your new black neighbors now, and you have to gotta go above and beyond to really, really be good friends with them. So could you just imagine, honestly, how sick it would have been to have been a black person right then? You probably would have literally just walked around everywhere, and everyone was gonna give you the biggest everyone's gonna love you because all the white people have this massive guilt, man. So that would have been prime time being black, just walking around, just But what I'll say is, those black people probably wouldn't have been that bad because they would have been the sort of church-fearing ones. So that would just be on The Simpsons, where you just have Lenny and Carl. But that was that was phase 1. Phase 1 is basically what happened around the 80s and 90s, which was to slowly try to really make black culture cool and hip. And so again, they put billions and billions and billions and billions into entertainment, curating, making sure every single black person who was famous around there, Will Smith and Jamie Foxx, all of them are going to be the top, really the really good looking black guys who probably are half, mostly they're probably half, just have really westernized features and be really tall and jacked. And then just have loads of these black family sitcoms and stuff, and just and then because again there was so many black people at that point, every single one of them religiously would want to buy shit and just watch it because they all want to push a black person up. And then after that, they went to the music as well. So they killed all of rock bands and stuff. They made all rock music for gay. They did that. They spent loads and loads of money just trying to make anything, parodying anyone who wants to do any sort of white guy rock, and even saying white guy rock is considered to be gay in the name. Whereas cool black man music's really dope. Listen to a black man talking about ending ways is really dope. Or just some shitty hip hop music or stuff. Just listening to black people not really saying and just chanting, just sort of and it's just basic beats that repeat themselves because black people love that stuff because it's low IQ music. Because it's they love repeating stuff. That's why every time black people get in panic and stuff, they always keep repeating the same things. It's a sort of defense thing they do. It calms them down. So I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. To white people, it's crazy, but to them, it's like me stimming. I suppose it's when I sometimes just fucking dance or freak. It's that's stimming to them.
Gender mean. When somebody is born, the doctor gives them a hat. Which hat you get is a really big deal because it tells the world a lot about you. Hopefully the hat that the doctor gives you fits. But for transgender people like me, it just doesn't. And we don't want to wear this uncomfortable hat for the rest
How
of
do I
our
do that?
lives. So to feel happier, we take off the hat the doctor gave us and put on a new one that fits us perfectly. Cisgender people are the opposite. The hat the doctor gave them fits perfectly the first time. Some people think that trans and cis are bad words, but they're not. They're just opposites, like up or down or left or right. Everyone uses cis and trans, even astronauts. For example, let's say an
If you guys don't know, this is an impersonation of the kid social media kind of... She like posts things for kids. I don't know how you explain it. These like nice informative videos for children. And again, it's just rage bait, and this is just rage bait. I mean, the reason I find this personally uncomfortable is because I just think dressing up as somebody, impersonating them is a little bit strange. Also, knowing the rhetoric that is going around about trans people being predators, trans people indoctrinating children. Why? Why? Just why? Why? Why bother doing this? Why was this a thought you had? This isn't from the goodness of your own heart.
I think I remember this. Is he using a computer? Oh shit. Hang on. Fine. I can't do it because you have to complete all the side quests, so that actually might be really annoying for me. Because there will be some, unfortunately, then, which I'm going to have to do, which don't give anything. Oh well. It's not too many anyway. Stuck in a row. Yeah, so I don't need to worry about that. Fucking look how fun they are. Like, did you ever even see that? Just they're not even like, who are they? Just random people. Just this music is just so good. Maybe that's what they're doing. It's just maybe this is what I'm telling you. This is the technology that's beyond us. If we didn't have all the immigrants, we had all this money and time, and you'd be like, the golden saucer is impossible. How would you be able to do it? You could. You know how? Because you'd probably just have it. It'd probably just be like a nuclear power station. Just be nuclear powered. It would just be a generator, like station. Would be like connected to this miles away. It would just be fucking nuclear powered. That's what they're saying. They say they're using what you call it? Marco. Marco, I think, is just an allegory for like oil. It's probably not, to be fair. I think we've been absolutely duped for. I'm gonna make an absolutely crazy prediction. Yeah, that's mental. I guarantee you, there's probably like some kind of oil well somewhere in our crust. We might not even know exists because we just don't have boring that deep. And it'll probably just be like, well, there'd be an oil well that would just be like an ocean. It would be, I'm not even kidding. They've already think they've detected somewhere underneath. I can't remember where. I don't know if it's above land. But they think that like somewhere underneath like the bottom. So like if you think if like you've got the Atlantic Ocean, for example, that's like I think the deepest it gets to is like 5,000, 6,000 meters or something. Fucking deep. You just cannot fathom how much water there is on this planet. There's so much fucking water on this planet. And again, if we just had an abundance of energy, which we could have, we could then just you wouldn't have to worry about it. Imagine if you never had to worry about energy. If you just wanted to do anything. Yep. If you wanted to do anything, you never have to pay for energy. Imagine that. Crazy, isn't it? You just want to fill up your car. It's free. Don't have to worry about it. There's so much of it. That's like what we should be trying to do, but we're not. Because people are trying to make money from it. Because they're not trying to help each other out, are they? If you're selling something in my opinion, not really helping someone out, you could say, well, I'm just making the business. But then, like, okay, but then you could just give it to me for free. I don't want to do that. Well, why don't we just change it so that we can make it so that the world is like that? Well, no, that's not going to happen, is it? Why? Well, because it's like this for hundreds of years. Okay, well, maybe we should change it. Maybe we need to change it. No, stop it. Stop it! Stop it! And that's what they do. They get really start to freak out. The left get really angry when he starts that. So you have to do all the other quests. No, stop it! Stop it now! I don't understand. What do they want? Hey, seriously, like I think like again, it is a humiliation ritual, but as like a white dude, I just get like fucking a loser if a black guy just uses a black gif and it's just of him, some ugly shot black guy with black fat lips, just like Drusky lie. It really, I think they know that. It just fucking winds me up. Seeing someone like so ugly, it pisses me off. I just don't think I should need to. I shouldn't have to. Isaac Newton never, ever, ever, ever had to see ugly black guys, ever. I had to see him every day. And I think that is a humiliation ritual. I just don't think that's good enough. Absolutely unacceptable. Like, if you're white, oh, dope. That looks fucking dope. This looks absolutely. That looks fucking dope. The pod racing looks so dope. So you can do like first person on the pod racer. It'd probably be perfect if you could see like Saboba's arms, but okay, whatever. Because it's just you see like the two engines in front of you. But the noise sounds perfect. I love part of like I think I said this so long ago. I think there was like a time where I was like answering questions or something, and someone like asked me a question like, what would be a good way to like probably like do a good like Star Wars series? And I said if they just did a series which was just about like the pod racing scene, and they have the budget, and I can't. It's not acceptable they wouldn't have the budget in this day and age. Just to like actually like properly animate a couple of like pod racing races. Like it doesn't even necessarily even have to probably be like every episode. you could just do like, if they have like 10 episodes, for example, in a season, just have like maybe like 4 or 5 episodes where they've got like a, not even, you don't have like massively, I can't remember how long the race scene is, but if you're clever with what you can do, you can like just make it so like you're not doing, you don't have to have so much of the, like the pot, you can have people reacting to stuff and like, and just be like clever with it. But I think people would fucking love that. If you just had like, um, just a fish out of water prodigy, not obviously Anakin, but it's just again because all the other pod racers would be there, so they would all be familiar people, and you could add a few other new ones in. No one would care, and it'd be really fun because they would all be like really interesting because they did a really good job of like just introducing all these different alien species. So you could have like you've got like 9 or 10 brand new species of aliens, which you could just like kind of like try and create like their own like what these species are like. So maybe there's like ones that are like really like I said, the dogs are like really into like mechanics and stuff. So you maybe just get to like have a few episodes where you just get to like learn about more about Sebulba's backstory, and that could be like, really fun. People love that shit. Like every time like you like watch like anything like Redline or any sort of racing stuff. Something that I always like really like is when you see them when they're younger and you like get to see like the evolution of the car or like the pod racer. So it would just be really cool. You just saw like I don't know Sebulba just doing his very first like the first thing he does that gets him into like pod racing. It's just like he might just have been like really young and he just made like a just a really basic like rocket booster sort of thing. And he just like got really obsessed into it. And then you see like his first pod racer, and it kind of looks like the big orange one, but it's just like a sort of a lighter version of it. And that sort of stuff's really interesting. You could have just done that. Just had like Ben Quadranaro, like he was like a really interesting character. He could just be like he's like I don't know, he's like he's really fuck off smart because I think the point is he actually did make the fastest. So yeah. It's actually if you do read the behind the scenes, it's really I loved it because they actually did kind of go into it. So it turns out Sebulba he actually sabotages 2 pod racers. He sabotages Anakin's and Ben Quadranaro's because he'd been tipped off that Ben Quadranaro's like pod racer is faster than his. So again, if you actually play the pod racing game, it's a really cool little detail. But Ben Quadranaro is actually the last guy you unlock, and you're like, what? Surely it's Sebulba. Oh, Sebulba is penultimate. He's the second last to unlock. And also Sebulba, just to show off how good Sebulba is as well. Sebulba is like the only character in the game who has like a weapon. So he has like the ability to basically just like fire a big jet of fire out from like either left or right of his like craft. Plus, he's just like he is the fastest aside from. I think Anakin has the same speed, but he's just like his other stats are just like much better. So he's just much more sturdy, and his like pod can take more damage, and his acceleration is just like much better as well, and his turning is really good. Whereas with Anakin, he is like really fast, and he's got really good acceleration, but he's just very very small and light. So if you just shunt him, he'll just like come off the track. And that's what I'm saying. So the N64 did a good job of that. I'll be honest with you, like. It was really, really hard to like shunt into people, so I'm hoping they're going to fix that a little bit. Like, I'm hoping like as you start to maybe get closer to the other races, it'll rubber band a bit better, and it'll just make it so you do have an opportunity to do it. Because it does look as if like when you do like take them out, you do get like I hope you do. You get like this like little burnout like cutscene of like the pod racer like going into, and the engine just like blowing and chunking, and just seeing all the pieces of shrapnel. That would be gorgeous. Like if I'll be jerking off if I was doing that. I absolutely loved that shit in Burnout. Like when you played Burnout 2 or 3, probably 3 because the graphics are the best. And you just like fucking like rail like a couple of the computers into like a wall. It was just like slow motion. As soon as you play it on 2-player, it's ruined. I used to remember like me and my friend just never wanted to play Burnout 2-player because as soon as you play it and it's like you don't get the slow motion, the game's just not that fun. And I even said it to my friend. I was like, they should have just had an option. I wouldn't have cared. I actually wouldn't actually have cared if they just had it and it interrupted my flow. I wouldn't have cared that much because it just looks so fun and it's cool. So as soon as you play 2-player, and it's just like they kind of got rid of the slow motion. It just can't really work. Because they should have just had an option which says, do you mind sharing slow motion? And you just say yes or no. So it just means like if you're playing like the game and like your car just crashes and like your friend is using slow motion and you and the other screen just suddenly just go you just be at the same speed as them. And I just wouldn't mind that. Because I would just be like, well, if it happens to me, I'll just do it. Because one of the advantages of it was, which is really big, was effectively when you did that, all the other cars, effectively just became like, they had like one hit KO mode. And if the fuselage of your vehicle or any pieces of that vehicle, so if your car like splintered off and like loads of wheels and things came off and like the door and stuff came off, it basically like I think if any of your opponents like, hit a sizable chunk, they'd get wrecked as well. So you could end up like it actually sometimes strategically, or just what the whole fun part of Burnout is that you know that if you get taken out, you've got the ability to basically like get one back on the kit, and that was like half the fun. And just actually watching like the cars just like fucking like go into you, and like this was like early sandbox era games, so it wasn't like that common just to see stuff like physics engines with like tons of shit going everywhere. Like this was like PS2 was like where things like Mercenaries just came out. And I remember, like, my friend, I can say it was called Matt. Don't need to say his last name. He was the one who introduced me to it, and he was just like, dude, you gotta play this new game I got. It's called Mercenaries 2, Mercenaries. And I was like, what? What is it? And he was like, oh my god, I can't believe you even heard of it. He was like, you play as, you get to pick like one of 3 characters, and then effectively you get dropped off in like somewhere in Asia, like somewhere like China or something. I was like, oh, yeah. He was like, and then you just literally you just get like you just get given like tons of weapons and stuff, and you can just order in like tanks and helicopters and things, and it's a sandbox game. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I was like, not even that, but you can destroy like all the buildings and things. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it's a completely destructible environment. I was like, no way. I was like, when can you come around? He's like, oh, I'm free on like this weekend. I was like, yeah, dope, dude, bring it around. I remember like he came and he had some fucking dope games. He came with like he had this other friend as well. He was called Ollie, and he was like he was quite cool. So there's 3 of us, which was fine because like we were like he bought over like Mercenary, yeah. So he bought Mercenaries over, and he was just showing it off. I'd never seen anything like that. The only, like I said to you, I think the only game that I played which was close to that would have been. I just mentioned it, I think. Sort of destructible environments. Oh, so like something like Red Faction. So Red Faction 1 just had like godly, like fucking like destructible environment. And you're gonna like, what about Red Faction 2? Well, Red Faction 2 had like I would say very soft destructible damage, which is like what more you'd have akin to today, which is where um you you can destroy like bollards and like, certain doors or like certain like walls, for example. Red Faction 1, no, they just fucking whoever made that game just was like, no, 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 no. We're gonna like have it so you can like dig underground and like you can blow walls and stuff. And you're like, okay, yeah, fine. Like, okay, great. So you can like make a pothole in the ground, great. No, 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 no. You don't just make a pothole in the ground. You can like just there's a level in it because it was him again, this Matt guy who brought it around because it was free player, and I remember like that's why like it was good as well. And I had a multi tab and two, yeah, and he had like the joypad, and we're playing it free player, and he was like, no, 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 look, if you do this level here, it was called like I think it was called like Crossroads or something like that. And it was like you both, there's like two, I guess like bases on the wall, and it's just red and blue, and the game starts, and it was just like you literally just start off in like the building, and you can just then pick up like shotguns and like rocket launchers, grenades, all that kind of basic shit. And he was like, "Don't do anything. Wait, don't do anything." I was like, What do you mean?" He was like, "Look, watch this." And it was like, he got like the rocket launcher out and just like shot like the wall, and it like made this like massive like hot crater. And he was like, "Look at this," and he just kept shooting it, and it just kept getting deeper and deeper. I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, seriously, check. It's just this game just lets you do whatever." And he was like, "Me and Ollie we like spent like about an hour like trying to like dig this fuck off massive like ant tunnel." And I was like, "What?" And we just said we did. We just spent like probably like 30, 40 minutes just fucking with it, and it was just we could not believe like how it let you do this. We just couldn't believe it. I just, even to this day, I'm not like sure. I'm trying to think how they coded it. They've obviously just coded like the arena just to be like bigger than it is. So basically, like you think you're just playing on this like little map like this, but secretly you're actually playing on a map that's actually like the size of this. If that makes sense. And it's just great. That's just fine. I'm sure the reason they don't do it now is just because of like memory limitation reasons. But I just don't know. It just, and also it just breaks the game. But it's just it was just such an interesting mechanic. They never went into it ever again. They just never thought about it. I've never played a game where you can just, and I've played a lot of games. I've played loads of games, and even the games I don't play, like I'll still like scan them out and see like how good the graphics are. So like for example, like even like Last of Us 2, I'm aware that it has like godlike mud physics and godlike rope physics and stuff. I've seen like some of the videos where you have to do the puzzles, and I'm not gonna like pretend, but and I've seen like videos as well, like where like there's like a part in the game where there's like a slope and it's covered in pebbles, and if you like shoot a bullet, the bullet hitting the pebbles enough to like cause like a really realistic looking like little like a rock slide. It is so like, I'm not gonna pretend the physics aren't dope in that game, but it's still at no point ever am I gonna see like you playing like the Last of Us 2, and Ellie has like an infinite rocket launcher cheat, and you can like shoot like the building, and the building wall goes, and in the whole building realistically goes. Because it's just not needed for the game. It would break the game, and I understand that. But do you see what I mean? It's interesting that they deliberately will limit that because they know it just break the game, wouldn't it? You couldn't do that. But in Red Faction, they just didn't give a fuck. He just let you dig these like fucking massive tunnels, and they were really, really were big, like long. You could literally dig. So you could, I remember, yeah. So he was like, no, let's try and do like the Euro tunnel, and like, we'll just both like dig on from France and England, and just pray we meet in the middle. And we were doing it, and we didn't. I can't remember how we worked out like where we were, but we somehow did join it. But we were not. It wouldn't have been like the Euro tunnel. We didn't have a gyroscope. Um, it was just mental. And then he bought around the mercenaries, and he was just showing that off, and he just showed off at the first mission. No, he had his memory card, and I think he showed off the. You don't get a nuke in the first one. Sorry, you get like the mother of all bombs, or it's no. The most expensive one is it's called like a fuel air bomb. I remember now. But I remember when he went into like, the middle of like the capital city in the game. 'Cause it's not China. You're in like Korea, I think. That's back when you were allowed to do that. I don't think you'd be allowed to like do that now. You probably like banned that game now. But back then, before like social media and the world was so like everyone has to hold hands, you could just make a game like that and just like easily just put like someone like Korea as the bad guys. Oh yeah, the bad guys. And just like whatever, just get over it. But now like you'll be ashamed. That's why they probably don't make mercenary games now. Because I'm not even joking. They probably would have like the company that bought out that studio with a pandemic that made it. They probably would have looked at the library and been like, this game is horribly racist. Because then in the second game, you're like in some I think it's some fiction. No, you're not. Oh my god, no, you're not. So in the second game, you're in like Caracas in Venezuela, which is again that's very controversial even now as a sanctioned country. Um, but it's very very interesting. So like even back then in like fucking 2006 or 7 or 8 when that came out, because I remember playing that, and my friend he had it for the PS3. And I used to always just go around there and just play it because he was just like, he just had the PS3, and I think he like just got it because he just wanted me to come around to just like hang out with him. I was like, I didn't mind that because like I didn't have a PS3, and he always had like the best games because his dad was fuck off rich. So like any time, like I just went in there, I'd go in there, and he'd always have like. I know one time he had like a Civ. It was like the worst ever port I've ever played. But they effectively made like it was whatever the PS3 version of Civ was, and he just got it, and I was like, whatever, if you fucking bought it, I'll play it. And like, but I just remember playing it, and when I say how restricted it is, you could like it's like because then I downloaded it on the PC because I bought it when I was in the Merchant Navy, and I was like, oh, you couldn't do this in the PC version. I'm trying to remember. There was something really fucking stupid you just couldn't do on the PS3 one of it. And it was actually retarded as hell. It was something so obvious that you can do, and they just didn't let you do it in like this one. I don't know. It was just like upgrading your men or something. It was something utterly retarded. It was like you can't garrison your people together or like upgrade your people. It was just so milk toast. It was like they just stripped the game of like every like the sort of the little nuances that made the game like that little bit extra, like the je ne sais quoi. I remember you could still nuke them, but even like that was like fucked because it was like it wasn't like in the original game. Because in the original game, again, you could just build like loads of nuclear silos. In fact, I remember doing it. I remember playing like one of the Civ 4 levels when I was on the ship with the Merchant Navy, and it was just like a really good game. You could just sink loads of hours in, we just like fucking got nothing to do. And I think I cheated a little bit because I find those games like more fun when you just do have like the upper hand. And like I just I just ended up building like loads of like the nuclear like silos, and I just remember how much of a ball ache it is because to like make the nukes you need to like get uranium and like some I can't remember, it was like gold or something. They're really quite expensive. They're quite expensive. And I was just going around and like nuking all the city. But the thing is, it's not like The one thing I don't, which isn't really fun, is that it's not ever properly satisfying because you want to like drop the nuke and the nuke just wipes. It doesn't do that. It just kind of like the city just like loses loads of its like population, I think, and the houses. But it doesn't just like instantly wipe it off. That's what you wanted it to do, and you can't use it on like the people as well. I really wish they could really do that. So you're not allowed to like be full tyrant. For some reason you're not allowed to just like nuke like the ground. So they should just let you be able to nuke the city. And if you want to like nuke the people, it's got a fuck off huge like radius. Maybe it's like 4x4 square, like circle. And if anything's in it, it just like does like just they're dead. Because that's what a nuke would do. Although there are people who don't believe nukes exist, which is quite worrying. I mean, there's people who don't believe that space exists. I've been on my stream for 2 hours and I haven't even done a single quote. But what I notice is anyway, is like when I was like watching back, is that when I actually do play this game, I barely talk, so this will probably be a breath of fresh air. Even though I haven't watched barely any of K's video, but that's not really a problem. I don't think that's actually a problem. People will probably be happy with it. Because I'm holding out for this like new video she's gonna do. Because it's like I said, the videos of her just doing it. Like, these people fucking suck. Like we all come to the freak show because we want to make fun of Katie. I want to hear about like her show, and this is why it's funny. Because this is why it's great. Because even like the people, the Jews, who are probably they're deliberately trying to do this as well to laugh at Katie, but she's too stupid to understand because she's getting given money. So to give you an example. So Katie's basic. So again, The Simpsons are really good because what The Simpsons has just done is The Simpsons effectively was revealed the Jews' plan, and it was all written by Jews, which is really funny. But it just lightly did kind of like predict the future because it's in one of the later seasons, so it's not like golden era Simpsons. But there's like an episode where you have Mr. Burns, is obviously just meant to be like a Jew. I think he is actually based off one of the Rothschilds. So if you see a picture of like one of the person he's based off, it's like it looks like Mr. Burns, and I think it is like supposed to be like really faintly like based off one of the one of the only seen pictures of one of the living Rothschilds. And look again, like who's he like shown as? Really greedy, money grubbing. Like it's interesting. They never did just fully ever like make any jokes about him being Jewish, isn't it? Like, no one's ever said that, do they? But then you never actually do see Mr. Burns. Like, well, he does. You see him actually in church, so I can't say that. But then again, you don't. I think you see Krusty in church. I think they just don't care about that, even though Krusty's meant to be Jewish. Anyway, it's like for whatever reason, like Smithers is not there. I can't remember what it was. It's just like, I think Smithers has to like. There is something he's doing. I actually can't remember. It's not It's not the gay bar holiday because that's like he might actually just go on holiday, but it's a holiday. I can't remember, but. Yeah, I can't remember, but Smithers is just not there. And then Mr. Burns is just like in the power plant and he's got nothing to do, so he's just like wandering around bored. And I think it's like it starts off really trivial. Like he sees Homer trying to like put $1 into like the vending machine. And it keeps this like a little bit battered or folded up, so it just keeps like rejecting it. And he's just like generally getting like really like frustrated by it. So he sees Mr. Burns and knows like he's really rich. And because again, like Homer's got no shame. So already Homer's just done the vetting process for Mr. Burns because Mr. Burns is probably like he is like portrayed to be smart. Even in the Simpsons universe, he'd probably be like a mental genius. I mean, at least he's meant to have 160. And she makes mistakes all the time. But that's fine. Like, even if you are a genius, you can make mistakes. This is stupid. That's just a stupid fallacy that, again, like I think like stupid people have. They think if you're like a genius, you'll know every word and every fact, and it's just not true. It's like that's why like if you ever want to like know what it is like to be like 160, yeah, just watch The Simpsons and just look at Lisa and the way like the world treats Lisa. That's a very good example of like how the world will treat you. Like no point in The Simpsons is Lisa ever like seen as being cool or anyone like really likes her or like no, they just call her like geekoid and like lamewad and I mean she does end up being the president, but like her journey to get there is not easy. It's not like she was groomed. I don't mean it like that way. That's probably not the best word, is it? Sort of like scouted when she's young, and then like probably what they do in China. So in China, I'm sure if they just notice there's like a Chinese kid who's like really smart, they'll probably like take him away and put him in like a really nice special private place, and they'll be like, yeah, we want him because he'll probably be a really powerful general or a good politician or something. Because that's what you're supposed to do. But in the West, we've been taught that like stupid people need to be put on the same pedestal as like geniuses because that's not fair otherwise. So we've just been like convinced that life isn't fair, even though life isn't fair in those other facets. We're going to try and make it fair in other facets where it's not fair. And what that does is it just inhibits the person at the top of the pyramid, which is a white man. So everyone else benefits. Women, blacks, Indians, Muslims, they love it. White men like me, we hate it. Suddenly now we're just like having to be equal for some reason. How do you know? Okay. You can tell that person's not liking his own space. You can always tell, because it's like, they always say something like mundane. There was some like woman, so this is the argument. There was a account called Yorkshire Girl, and the avatar is just like some anime girl who's obviously a woman wearing a football top. So then they showed a picture of a ploughman's lunch, and I just put a comment basically like ribbing them, saying, "Oh, you better have children because you're a white woman, because that's what I do." And then someone's like replied to that and said, "This is going to be a bit awkward because it's a guy." And I was like, "What are you talking about? It obviously like looks like a woman." So like, I'm just being autistic and doing that, and it's like they're like people are liking it, like it's meant to like racial only, but like I'm just confused because I don't understand. I don't really get like how they know that there's a man. So like, I'm just like asking questions, but for some reason, like it's obviously them liking their own posts because it's like I don't know, it's like 10 minutes, or it'll be a Smurf account or sock account from that, and it's just weird because it's like I do like social media like engineering because this is a new thing that has just come out because this is all great psychology, but it's just like what's the psychology of this guy like. Having to know that like his posts get more likes, just me just trying to like ask questions, and this is what I'm telling you. It's like if you're online and you show yourself being like a white man, brown black people or like minorities, they just will they like get hard on, so I'm just trying to like make you look dumb. Even though I'm like when you're like at white people level, you don't care about looking stupid because you're just more fascinated about the quest of the knowledge. Like I don't care about the ratio. I want to just know like how this person seems to know this person who is white is a man. But like I'm being like ridiculed, I guess, because I don't know the inner law. So that's why I'm confused. This is why it's interesting. This is the games going through my head when I'm on my phone. So when you just see me here and I'm just giggling like a little idiot, that's what I'm doing usually. I'm not like just like looking at some woman with a giant arse shaking and being like, I'm like thinking of some crazy nuance about like the social, like why has someone done what they've done? because this is the one advantage I do get, which is that no one else has had this access to being able to like speak to literally retards, and it's fascinating for me. Some people's behavior is just fascinating. What do? They eat dirt, and they're just like, God knows. Like they have to go online and like show up any white facing person. Are they being paid to do that? There's just so many questions I've got. Like maybe this is a guy, he's like a Chinese bod, he's being paid, or one of those Africans who lives in one of the like NCOs, and this is his job. He's just been told, like, just you go online, and if you see anyone who's from the UK and they look white, you go and just fucking make them up, show them up. You just argue with them, just try and ruin their night. This is what I'm just trying to think. This is the sort of thing our enemies will do, like Chinese, like. So this is what I'm thinking about. So where does that go? Sorry. What? Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Wait, where are the cards? Yeah, I do kind of remember Gongoga. So Gongaga was like, it's so tiny. To give you context, and well, whatever, it's fine because it is a really nice like little area, and they did do actually a really good job of just fleshing out a bit more. But in the original, Gongaga is literally just when Cloud. It's the place where I think it's where Zack comes from. So Zack comes from there. Um, and I think in the game you see it in a flashback because coincidentally, I think it is Zack's house, which like who is it? Someone faints. It's Cloud or someone, and they end up in Gongaga, and they're in a house. And I think it just ends up being like Zack's house because it's like Aerith or someone like asks if they can use it or something. Because she obviously knows that. Um, and then it's like, I think you do something with the reactor, which is what you do in this as well. But aside from that, it's not that fleshed out. You definitely don't get all these characters. Like, but that's actually what they do good in this. And it's like I also remember. Sorry, I also noticed interesting. It's like they very carefully like kind of don't let you like observe Midgar. I'm not like able to kind of like see it. It's like they don't really want to show you like, the size of it. So I'm like really going to be quite interested to see what Midgar's going to actually look like in the end game, because like you're not even allowed to just observe like the scale of how big it is, which is what I was like just trying to like do. And I was just trying to think about it. I was like, anywhere here, you're just not allowed to like. You're not allowed. Wait, is that it? Oh God, so it's here. It just looks completely different in the remake, doesn't it? Because in a really weird way, I don't remember if you like got a really good look at it. I mean, wait, so that's it there? But like, what's all this shit? And I'm like, here. And there's like, the destroyed blue. Okay. I don't think you're gonna be able to see anything. It's just gonna coincidentally just be like. So that's actually kind of how big it is, to give you an idea. So it feels like you'd be able to, because to give you context, in your like little boat, you could probably like just go across that in like less than a minute. So like you're trying to tell me like that boat is gonna be like that's how big Midgar is? I don't think so. Midgar's massive. So I'm just being autistic, but I was just thinking about it because I was just like, in the original game, the way that they kind of like masked Midgar was like the avatar of the towns were like really small, so it didn't matter. So for example, if you just drove past Midgar, if you just went into Midgar, you just like saw like a tiny like, little avatar of it, and then as soon as you go into it, because clouds are huge anyway, just then it does like the map picture that they've drawn, and you can see like Midgar's fucking massive. So that's why I was just really interested, because I'm like, they don't obviously let you have any idea of the scale of it. So I think they were like, I can see why, because they're probably gonna have to really think about that in this one, because they know that once you get the highway, probably the first well, you're gonna have to go to the Midgar, because you have to do that for the diamond weapon. So they're gonna have to be like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have to really like make a good model, and we're gonna have to fucking make this model really fuck off big, and we're gonna have to like either have a cutscene where we're gonna like jump on, or maybe we're gonna actually let it so that you can actually like live parachute into Midgard, and that would be so insane if they could do that. But like, God, how can you imagine how much effort that would take? They actually have to like render massive like number of buildings. You can actually live jump down and see all the buildings as you go down. That's colossal amount of effort just for that. But they might do it. They made Junon look really fucking dope. Like, Junon looks really good. That's what I'm saying. I really do think they'll probably do it. That's why I'm just being like this now, because I just remember thinking now. It's like, what does actually Midgar kind of look like? Because you're not allowed to go back to it. And I just noticed, yeah, on this part, it's just, there's so much of this you're just not actually seeing, is it? So if you think of the grasslands, you're just about, like, seeing here. So in the new game, you'll have, like, basically all that, like, Midgar, and they might even just, like, squeeze parts in, like, up here and stuff. Because I actually think Rocket Town might even be, like, here. It might be in a new game, like, they'll have, or even here. No. I don't think it's not gonna be in Gongaga. And I doubt it's gonna be in Nibble. It is Nibble, actually. I think it might be around it, actually. So it might be then that they just have it like Rocket Town's like here. The ice area is like up here. Or sorry, the ice bit might literally be like right up here, because it might just be that this part here, or even like this bit. Or like, yeah, just like around the crater. And then not only that, but we've also got to like, there's the whole underwater part. So in the new games, you're going to be introduced with a highway, which will just effectively allow you just like, you're going to have to just, all the skeletons are going to be out. If you're going to let us be able to fly around, you're going to have to be able to render everything. So we're going to actually have to be able to see the scale. And what I'm saying to you is, like, when you play this game, there's a level where you're flying to Cosmic Canyon, and you're actually in and you're actually flying, and you can actually see how big it feels. And like, they're going to have to try and emulate that now, because they're going to be aware that like we know like the scale of it. So I'm going to be very fascinated to see how they're going to do it. But I'm sure it's going to be good. But yeah, I think this could still technically be, what's it called? The Condor Canyon, what it's called, the place where you did get Phoenix. That might still be in the third one. They might have just like not done the first part, because they realize that doesn't really make sense, and they might just do the bit where you're with like Sid. That could be really fun. Then you might also have like maybe in the Gongaga area, for example, or Cosmic Canyon, like around here, they might also have like the. It might be Gongaga actually, like in Gongaga, like the bit below, they'll have the you know, the place where Cloud, like, you're sick and he goes into the live stream. That might be there. Because then you've got like the northern craters could be up here, isn't it? Wu Tai's probably going to be like around here, isn't it? It's going to be like as far away from Midgar as possible. Like here. It's going to be cool.
Don't worry, no pressure. Take us. See ya. If you need something else, you know where to find us.
I watch OnlyFans. Wait, so what? Oh yeah. Yeah, so let's go to the dentist. Oh, I mean, I was in there like no time at all, which is good.
We don't stop at your normal sundries. We sell materia too.
It's the thing, isn't it? You don't really want to go in there. It's gonna be a problem. Wait, where's? Did they not just have a shop then? Oh, wait, it might actually be this.
Search for once and get the premium fee.
I remember one of the quests being really annoying.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Okay, they don't. I don't know then. I thought there was like a shop, but maybe not. So what we're doing? Oh yeah, I remember this. This is where you got Barrett's thing. This guy was like quite fun. I remember like some crazy eccentric dude. Hang on, I just wanted to just. No. Yeah, that's it. do I really need that? I do blog sometimes, I guess. Time. It's good, isn't it? I know. Oh, I already did hate you. Okay, fine. Never mind. Music's just too funky. It's got this sleazy ball music. It's got this sleazy ball. Oops. I can't. I just make myself laugh. What am I doing? Yes.
Damn it! Not again. After all that time and effort.
I remember this guy's voice doesn't. I don't think it makes sense. It's just not good acting
Not
for this.
making any progress at all. To hell with it. Back to square one. Huh? Who are you? Whatever. I don't have time to. That arm. That magnificent arm.
Look.
It is a weapon, but how does it work? A universal adapter, allowing you to switch out weapons at will. But look at all these scratches. Wait, have you been going around punching things with your attachments?
Occasionally.
Doing so ought to have given you multiple bone fractures. But this unique cylinder provides unparalleled shock absorption, allowing for high-impact performance. Who was the genius that built this?
An old friend, I guess. Don't know where he's at now, though.
Wait right there! Eureka! Sorry, got carried away.
It's just. It doesn't. It's just. Maybe this is what would happen if we lived in like a white, mostly white community. This is what people would do. But it's just like he's weirdly too like friendly. Yeah, you just meet this guy, right, and he starts gushing about how he wants to make you a super weapon. I'd just be like, hell no, you're gonna like rob me or some shit. Rob me or some shit.
If all you need is some material, sure, why not? Just leave it alone.
Wonderful, thank you. I believe I left a map in my storage shed that you can use to find what I need. Grab that before you head out, and you shouldn't have any trouble.
Oh, whoops.
Don't forget about that. If you want to help me out, you'll need to.
What do I need to do?
Must be the map Izo was talking about. Don't know what else it'd be. Well, let's see where it takes us. You ready?
Oh, that was an eggy one. Okay. an eggy one. Gonna fucking wipe the floor with this little bug. I like those like Indian music. I think I even joked about that when I played this. I was like, why is it Indian? This is before like I was like, I fucking hated it. Just chunked it there.
Just like that, okay?
Can you see that? Done, 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 done. Dude, massive tree. Dude, I'm about to be sick. What do I do? Oh, so I'll chop it. Why can't I find it now? I don't know what to do. That's what it was.
Is this the place we're looking for?
Oh.
Don't hold. That.
Oh, it's got cheats on, shit. Don't want. I just want it like don't want cheats. Yeah.
Is this the place we're looking for?
I got bored. Okay.
Back to the planet.
Damn it. Okay. fucked his ass. Excuse me, where's my summon? Fucked him. Yeah, I totally can't have it. No one can. Back to the planet. Hey, fuck no. Time to dance, asshole. Ooh. I got that Barrett with.
I am on fire today. I've been pretty rough on you, I know. But you've always come through for me. Thanks, buddy. Don't know where I'd be without you.
Alright, let's go. Let's go see.
To educate people about the difference between cis and trans. It's nothing about that. And I feel like, yeah, that's all there is to say about this. It's just difficult to watch because I know that the people who have these misconceptions about trans people are absolutely eating this up.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Okay, hates everyone, doesn't
And
it?
I also think, to be careful with how I word this, there is an element of me that finds the children's directed content slightly strange, primarily because he also talks about spicy content and that kind of stuff on OP.
Just remember Katie did a video of her advertising a dildo and she's got like all these kids' toys by now. I'd say that's inappropriate. I wouldn't even do it. But what do I know? I love money.
And I think if you're going to pick an audience, pick one. Combining audiences is just not a good idea because nobody knows who your audience is. We don't know who you're targeting, your content towards when 1 minute you're talking about your spicy content and your sneaky link, and then the second minute you're talking about your genitalia and talking about the difference between cis and trans and the kid running away. It's just, you've got to pick a demographic, otherwise it starts to get a little bit inappropriate.
Dining room basically finished. I feel
I'm just about to jerk off.
So I asked ChatGPT.
Demographic, otherwise it starts to get a little bit inappropriate.
I'm about to jerk off.
Y'all hear that? That's insane.
I'm about to jerk off.
I think from a car. Imagine being so
Yeah, look.
insecure.
This is what they always do. This is the shaming they always do. Indians do it, but black people love doing it as well. Don't fall for it. It's like, what they say is, you must be like so insecure, a shaming language for doing this. And what it is, it's a counter to us trying to shame people. So what the Democrats have been trying to do is just let everyone do whatever they want. Let any insano just do whatever they want. If you want to be like a fucking, I don't know, wear a dress, go and see the change and do it. The Jews just love it. They want this. Because they're just like taking the piss out of our jurisdictional system, because they can. Because they know that it's been written in a way where like they can just do this. They don't care. If you go to Israel, it'll all be bad. They have no trans people. There'll probably no trans people in Israel. They'll just be like, nah, that's just a different reason. They just don't like the temperature here. Yes, yeah, that's right. It's not. Because they do, they'll probably like beat them up. Or shame them. They'll just openly really shame them. Because they know that's the one thing you can do. Is just like, in your communities, just go around, just like shame them, and they'll just end up like not doing it, or they'll something bad happens to them. But here, they know that like all the women are just gonna love them because they just listen to everything. It's like that phrase, George Orwell said, okay, you'll just listen to anything big man government says and just swallow it. Swallow our slogans. That's okay. Those are fucking good nuggets. They're not obviously real chicken. They might as well be. I know you're gonna say whatever, but they're not. Lanka. Have fun eating your, like, I don't know, your chicken, which is probably got like pumped full of steroids. I like eats loads of fucking bugs and shit. And then not only that, but then you're just like eating a dead animal. You're having to eat the carcass, whatever, fine. But I'm just telling you, I bought like these mushrooms from like the market, and they were like next to going off, and they were like £1. And I saw like one of them. It wasn't like molding. It wasn't that bad. But it was like, I'd say like, I already ate them, but I was saying like, it probably has about that close. But at the same token, I always just sort of take a step back and just think, no, nothing I can really eat is ever going to really fucking make me ill. And as a vegan, it's true. I never ever have that feeling of like going into an Indian restaurant and ordering a curry and I'm scared that the chicken wasn't cooked. I don't have to worry about that. Never ever. Do you know how like, you normally know a vegetable's really gone off? Is you'll spit it out. There's just eating a gone off vegetable is like you will probably just like spit it out. Because it'll be like absolutely rotting and it'll be just so like, you know, starting to decompose and be bits that really slight, you know, it'll just taste wrong. Meat's not quite like that. Because the bacteria can just hide in like even if you just like slightly uncooked chicken, you might be able to eat it. Like fish, but like meat is just so bad. Meat, anything to do with animal decay is so bad, and that's just in any principle. And the most dangerous like waste is bio-waste, which is just like anything that's come from the body, and even like blood is one of the worst things ever. In the grand scheme of life, blood is so important because it's literally just like, well, it's literally like I guess like how we transport oxygen around our body, isn't it? And not only that, it's got these filled with like antibiotics, sort of like you know, white blood cells and enzymes, all kinds of stuff. It coagulates to like heal stuff. But at the same token, it is just like ripe for like disease and causing diseases. And I feel like anything that stems from like blood is just really not good. Like if you like have blood lying around and just you let it like fester and grow some shit, it'll probably be like the most really bad stuff. You just don't want to get like, don't ever mix blood, just don't even bother.
And yourself that you see a random person on the street that you don't know personally, and you're so outraged that you must roll your window down and scream at that
Yeah.
person.
Still got more to find.
So this is like the shaming they do. They like go, oh, that person must be full of so much bitter and anger and hate. So let's draw attention to this guy who's the weird one, and to try and like deflect from the fact like no, this guy's just like yelling at you because like he probably is fine. This is the sort of thing like Katie would say if she watched my video. She'd go, clearly this input is just a massive incel and he's just a loser and he probably cries every single night. And I'm like, okay, it's cool. It's the sort of thing that they just do, just the shaming, trying like just to belittle you, to basically. Again, it's like if you think of like your enemies, if you wanted your enemies to try and like mask the people who potentially you want to listen to, you want to like you would do that. You'd suppress them, try and make sure they're not rich, try and make sure they're not like known. But Kay will just again should be too stupid to realize that. She'll be no, definitely Luke. I'm the best here. There's a reason I have all my plans. There's a reason like no straight white men are like being given like any good opportunity roles or anything, and all the movies and stuff that come out are just like absolutely made for the brown and black people. And that's just nothing. Yeah, I kind of like that Izo guy. It's just his voice doesn't make any sense. His character just looks really strange for his voice. He's got like a kind of like athletic voice. It does make sense. He should be just sort of talk a bit more like this. If he'd even just sound a little bit like that, I'd love it. But he just looks and listen to him.
Oh, did you find everything?
He's got like no reverb, so it just doesn't. And remember, he's in the Final Fantasy VII universe as well, where like everyone's like fucking like the most hot version of themselves. So even though this guy's meant to be like the fat old like blacksmith, he's still meant to be like the more like the most Chad version of him, which you can see he is. And he's not like massively fat. He's just got like a little bit. He's probably, and if he did, he'd probably take a shirt off. Even though he's got looks like he's got guy, probably like actually just ripped. It's like that weird like Japanese, like when you see like H Honda or whatever his name is from Street Fighter. He's like fat, but somebody's just got like a six pack.
Do you actually enjoy this? Making weapons?
Of course I enjoy it. That's why I chose this job. Besides, it's the wielder who dictates the true value of a tool. Weapons, too. That's especially true for weapons.
I hope he comes back.
Yes, I've done it. Feast your eyes on my masterpiece. My gift to you. I insist.
I mean, I'd be the gentlest owner, you know.
Use her as you like. The wielder dictates the value of the tool, remember? And by association, the value of the maker. Therefore, what good I put out into the
And it's like, we're just meant to expect that how long do you think that would have taken him to make? Honestly, I can already see the embroiderment in the silver. There's just absolutely, that would have taken him so.
It's a gift in more ways than you know. He was thinking of your future, of what you might do after the dust settles. Today, you may have no choice but to wield a weapon. But tomorrow, years from now...
Yeah, it's true, it's good. Because you do have like, you have like, and then also I'm like, these aren't obviously their final weapons as well, because I'm realizing like it's the next game which will be like everyone's final weapons. Because like, I actually don't even remember already what they are. I know obviously Clouds is the most infamous one. I feel like Barrett's one's called like the final score or something like that. But I don't know any of the other people's last weapons. They're just like some variant of stuff. But Clouds is like obviously the most. But I'm intrigued to see how they're gonna do it. Cause it does look a little bit retarded. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Like looking at Clouds like Ultimate Weapon. Like when you just play with it on the PlayStation version, you kind of have to just use it because it's just so fucking much better than any of his other weapons. but it just looks fucked. It's like not really. It's just what even is it? It's like it looks a bit like a laser sword. Is what I used to always think when I was playing, when I was showing my friends. So it's, what is it? It's meant to be like white gold, like white silver. Yeah, white gold. Or something. Sorry, what was it? Oh yeah, I've done that. So I finished. Cool. So go back to Commandant. Oops. But yeah, no, this game was like legitimately good. I probably wasn't like it. Well, I don't.
Minding their own business. It upset Nugget. He was like, "Who's yelling at my mama?"
Nugget. Okay, I can't. I laugh at Kay because I know she's got like a fucking ugly dog as well. I just think women who like, or people who just like obsessed with dogs and probably like dogs more than humans. I think they're the ones we also need to put in camps because they're gonna be dangerous. They're the ones that are just gonna like. They just. I don't know if they hate humans or themselves like so much, but they just obviously don't. You gotta be careful with people who say stuff like that. Like, if you really think like, oh, I'm gonna value the life of a human, a dog over a human, that is actually really worrying. And some women will say that as a joke, but it's not funny. It's seriously, because they could be very, very dangerous, like enemies in the future. Teach me good one. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I remember this one. Because it got some like interesting mechanics. Because I think there's like a mission where I think it's this one where you like actually have like people in your squad. But actually, that's a good point. I might want to swap out Red X for Yuffie. Just because Yuffie actually has a I hate this. It should be this awkward. It's here. Yuffie has a relationship with Cloud. I accidentally did it with Barrett, and I realised that's why. So there's obviously like a synergy move we haven't done. So let me just do this. See what I mean? They needed to have it so you could like take the whole list. Oh, it's just I'm hoping they'll get it in the third one. It's not that bad. It's just like what do you call it? Quality of life. Like, if I was like proactive enough, I could probably write a letter to them, and one of the guys might be like, "I want to put it in the future upgrade," but it probably wouldn't be very high up. Anyway, let's see what are weapons like. It's quite a good one, isn't it? I mean, she's really good now. She's got more strength than that. Yeah, it's like her luck is just really big. I don't know what luck does, but I do have luck. Okay, brilliant. Let's just do this. Look how big. You can get it up so much. And theoretically, you can have 2 of these. And I'd love to like actually see what happens. Like if you just actually have like fucking like luck, you just have like 500 luck or something. It's just like the game just always crits. I think it is something like that. It's crits. I was never someone who cared about like crits. I know they are really important, but for me, I was always like, oh, whatever. But everyone's like, oh my god, dude, get like 10% more crit rate. I was like, so, do you know how good that is? I was like, no. No, when you do crit damage, there's like 1.25 times the damage. I'm like, okay. Do you know how good that is? You just said. So if you did Hydro Pump, yeah, and it did 200 damage, it would actually do 250. Isn't that mental? I'm like, yeah. I guess. Oh, cool. Just imagine if you were using that and you were playing against Blaine. He took out Magmar. I was like, what are you talking? And this is what I saw like autism, like these Pokemon guys do. Like, I don't care. I just never play Pokemon like that. I'd just be like, Mewtwo with Psychic, just giving Psychic. I just didn't care. I just be Mog everyone. I didn't give a fuck. I just didn't care. I didn't care about Pokemon. Like, Psychic's just really broken in Generation 1. So your most powerful thing you can do is just like start the game as soon as you get to Cerulean Island, the one where you fight Misty, wherever she's in. Go to that Victory Road, and then beat all the people on Victory Road, and there's that patch of grass to the left. Once you get to the top, it's hard as hell, and you'll have to probably spend like maybe like up to half an hour doing it, but try and farm and get an Abra. You need to buy like, loads of Pokeballs and just try and like use anything which has sleep. Try and get like a really fast like bug, which you could get from like Viridian City, the Viridian Forest, the Midian Villas as well. Get like a Beedrill. Or a Butterfree. Right, I have massive big brain. Big brain time. Okay. What was I talking about? Yeah, because I think there's a power I don't have with you. So sorry, what am I doing? No. Yeah, I think I remember.
None of these screens take my picture in any way, shape, or form.
I knew it was up there. Why did I just...
Since you're here,
Yeah, look, this is an allegory for the... That's how I know Katie's boyfriend's boyfriend.
guide me to great
Ourselves. Fan behavior for sure. Apparently I do live rent free in your head. Just thinking about it. That's something you get. That was the second time that's happened in a few minutes. I'm not a bourbon.
state-of-the-art general weaponry into scrap metal.
I didn't hear that one.
I was looking at the comment section for this video, and there's a few comments I see where people are dead-naming Lily and talking about this supposed criminal record she has for harassing women and stalking. I've seen her actually talk about that, where she denies this and says it's not true. And I think the difficulty with this is...
No can do. We're just passing through.
Please, I'm begging you.
Wait. Me?
I knew as soon as I saw your throwing star. From the moment I laid eyes on your weapon, I just had to make you my teacher. Please, train me in your warrior ways.
Oh, I don't know. Well, since you're such a huge fan, 1 or 2 orbs might be enough compensation for my time. You sure you're up for the challenge?
Of course. I'll do anything.
Sweet music to my ears.
No.
Okay, new disciple, meet me over there when you're ready. For pain.
Don't worry. I am more than ready to receive your wisdom. Hey!
Come along, see what you can learn, my second disciple.
Oh, this is dog. Yeah, he's actually got health. Oh, what's that?
First and foremost, a ninja must have stamina. So let's see how much you've already got, shall we? After all, a ninja warrior must be able to make a tactical retreat back to her
You know,
comrades
I've
when
seen
they
this
need
comment be copy and pasted before,
Understood, Master.
and I think when it comes to making severe allegations like that, this is...
Very well. Then with that, let our training begin. I hope you're staying focused, my young disciple. Halt, fiend!
Heck yeah, dude. I watch Sticky Ball.
Please, Master. Let me try again.
Halt, fiend!
Please, teach me a way.
How do I do it? I love gum. Beer me, beer me, beer me, beer me, beer me. Yeah, I didn't realize you had to.
Come on. No time to waste.
Seems to be this pattern where people think that if somebody is dislikable or is a bit of a twat, that it's okay to spread misinformation or it's okay to spread lies about them. Misinformation, I just want to clarify, is never appropriate, it's never helpful, it's never useful, and it is always a problem regardless of whether we like the person it's about, just because it makes it really difficult then to focus on what we're focusing on, which is the truth about someone and why they're a bit of a cunt.
Kay does it all the time. She's talking out there. What is it? Precious Wise.
Calling item. It's on now.
Nice. I guess maybe this one. Is that it?
I'll get them next time.
I just did one of the eggiest ones I did before. The staggering's gonna be really tough.
Now, strike swift and true!
Show me how it's done.
No way. Okay. How do I pressure on it anyway?
Wanna see what I can do? Was that it?
Okay.
Come on!
I used to ambush. Why is it an ambush? Don't do ambush.
Was that it?
Bring it
You
home!
won't regret this! You need to chill!
You idiot. That was your one shot and you fucked it. You fucked it. I gotta die. He's gotta die. bullshit.
I'll train as long as it takes.
Now, strike swift and true.
Show me how it's done.
That's it.
No.
Won't last long.
Gotta love it.
Take the lead.
Guess it's my turn. Give 'em hell.
I got it.
We're done here.
Oh, this is ridiculous. It's like too powerful. Oh, this is
So,
nuts.
in reference to that, I mean, if anybody then can tell me otherwise and has proof that this is supposedly true, but she actually did do a video talking about it.
I do not have a child, nor have I ever been married. I am not stalking my imaginary ex-wife or anyone. There is a fake report that presumably came from some AI. The viral screenshot includes a citation of some California law. But fun fact, I didn't live in California in 2016. The first time I ever stepped foot in California was 2018, and I didn't move here until 2020. I will also add that I have been stalked. It was very weird and crazy, but I have never stalked anyone.
No.
So, yeah, again, I don't know. She says that it didn't happen, and to be fair, it doesn't look like a genuine report. Like, it's pretty easy to find criminal records online. But it goes back to your point of the criticize without making things up. And when we make things up, it kind of detracts away from the main point. I don't want anybody to think, by the way, that I'm this big Lily Tino defender. I don't know if it's coming across that way, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, you sound like a massive Lily dickhole to... Oh, what's wrong with you, little Craig?
Quite specific about the things that we're criticizing. Otherwise, it's like another one of those videos where somebody is just using the fact that people don't like what they see and vitriol that's towards
Yes.
Don't overdo it.
I'll do it. Fuck on this. You got this.
I'm your one-stop cooperate shop. We need to chill.
Oh, I watch OnlyFans. I don't watch OnlyFans.
Remainder of our voyage. All accidental misgenderings must be followed by a short, sincere apology. Failure to comply with this mandate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's all like a humiliation rate for the boy.
Step on the long and winding road to ninjahood. You've crossed paths with the wrong ninja.
I'll make you proud.
My turn.
No! I watched you before. Fuck that. Hey, Bucko. Oh.
Great teamwork.
No result in immediate ejection from the aircraft. The inflated.
Yeah, look how angry he is. So basically, we just have like some angry guy, and because he's trans, he's allowed to basically say that if we mispronounce him, he can kill us. That's basically like the weapon that he is. We're just allowed that. Because it's at me. Because if it was a gay guy who did it, he wouldn't care. Or a black guy, he wouldn't care. But if it was a white man like me, I'd definitely get it.
Right. I'm gonna take a quick look around.
And he gets to choose. He can choose who he's offended by. Remember that. His feelings, right?
I think you should focus on stamina.
Mmm.
Yeah, Zach told me the same thing. He used to train here all the time. Called it his secret gym. Of course, it wasn't much of a secret since everyone knew about it. It sounded cool. Hard to live up to the legacy of a guy like that.
OnlyFans movie.
Check this out. It was his favorite exercise. For strength, of body, and mind. Start by training. You're behind.
Not like that. Gotta go deeper. Bend your knees more. Engage your glutes. And your quads.
Got it.
Well, he just wants to do. He's gonna be a future soldier. He'll be in the third game.
Wherever he is, I hope he's doing good.
You cramping up?
But yeah, anyway, the point. So, my lord, I hit the mushroom jackpot. You know how much I love mushrooms. You could say, and it's. It's about barbecue. Of course, the England game. No way! How quaint. That's going to be starting very soon. I might be able to hear some goals. I'm not going to watch it though. I can smell barbecue. That's a good time to do it. Because people are going to be partying, aren't they? Very curious. Most curious, huh? Okay. Yeah, it starts in a bit.
List of ways you may ask a trans person about their body parts. Please note that this list is blank. Take a moment to locate the two nearest.
Sorry, I'm still recovering over if you accidentally misgender her or anybody.
Yes, it's my turn. Bring in the heat.
Yeah, but this is generally how they feel. But this is like actually funny because this is actually like what they think. They actually feel like that's like acceptable, like to feel like that. Oh shit.
I got this.
Damn.
Need my help, do you? It hurts, don't
Oh, you're gonna get fucking down. Nice. Shit, that one. Fucking.
Bring it home.
You insist. Run like a chocobo. You're not cool, but you should.
Hang back.
That's it. Go AOA, it's like a boo.
Actually won? Wow. All that training really paid off. Wait a sec. That's it.
And then the apology isn't sincere enough, you're getting murdered. You're getting ejected from the fly. I mean, that's my worst nightmare, because I hate planes. Anyway, what is this video? What's my life? Again, I don't really have a problem with this. It's a bit silly, but it's somewhat funny, I guess. Not actually funny, but that's the point, right? It's meant to be humorous. It's meant to be a joke about transphobes.
It's not. It's not a joke, it's just cool vibes.
So we just talked it over. And we'd like to ask you to train all of us in the art of combat. Our coalition's only as good as its weakest member, so it only makes sense to get stronger together.
We're really just passing through.
But you could rest here for a while.
Our services don't come cheap. It'll cost you 1 million gil.
That's a pretty steep price, but we could probably manage.
What?
Oh, and he forgot to mention materia, preferably the precious kind.
That we can't do. Look, Sotetsu, they may be good at their jobs, but don't you think they're asking a bit much? We're looking for training, not trouble.
If you're looking for someone to train you, then look no further. No money or materia required.
That girl's so badass, but Cave is masturbate.
What? My tutelage not good enough?
Oh,
In
what's
case you've forgotten, I've seen my fair share of action. If all of you are serious about upping your game, I'll help you out. In fact, I've been meaning to offer for a while now. Seeing as we're here, well...
Sounds good to me.
Me too.
Hello there, friends. So, on the day that I'm recording this, the 20...
I thought it was a good idea. Sorry I wasn't able to convince the rest of them. It's just... I felt something when we first met.
3rd of
Almost
June
like fate.
2026,
And I guess I got a little
which
carried
also
away.
be the day that this video
Don't
is
sweat it.
Then that settles it. Listen up. There's no backing out now, so be warned. I won't go easy.
Roger.
Clown, Yuffie! I know you've got to make a living and all, but you might want to consider lowering your rates.
I'll consider it after you consider paying me! Where's my materia? 3 orbs, or 2! 2's good!
Enough already. You're embarrassing yourself.
Just 1, dude!
is released onto it.
Who cares? No one's watching that shit. It's just like this. It's just like account on X, which is like this like woman who, and people are like picking on the meme now. Like, she's your classic kind of like she would only probably be like a 5 or a 6. I'm not even kidding. She's a fat blonde woman. And I can just see the only reason she's like so confident in herself is because she's got like, they are like big tits, but it's like, I don't like it when women are like, oh, I've got double D tits, and you're like, oh, and they're like fucking like size 10. No, much bigger than that. So they'd be like size, they're huge. Well, I don't give a fuck if you've got fat tits, but you're fat. So anyway, she's like made a big platform because essentially it's just women. If women is an easy mode, and so because you're paying in like your shame. I mean, she just posts these like first trap videos where she's like pretending to be like right wing and like, oh no, look how bad immigration is, and she like walks out with like a big milker's out. She's just like a massive open car, and she's like trying to shame like any brown people, and I'm like, you're kind of doing the right thing, but you're not doing the right thing because you're just people are gonna laugh at you, and they are. And then someone just like posted a picture of her with her again, like, because she does literally just look like if you played like Oblivion and you went into the bar, she would just be like the barmaid. Like, she'd be like the barmaid's wife, just like big buxom, big titted woman, because she's probably had like a couple of kids, and she helps out around the bar. She's not doing like all the manual labor, but she can like, at least talk to the customers, like serve customers and stuff. So someone just posted a picture of her, and it just says POV. It's 1473, and you just arrived at the tavern after a hard day's work in the fields. And I just said, "Excuse me, old buxom wench. May day be to procure a libation of this town's mead. Maybe two of mutton young might one had." It's perfect. Absolutely funny. Why are you... Right. So I had fun calling that the old word.
Daily channel.
Doo.
I'm going.
For a sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Easy, man. The amount of tech issues.
Yeah. So basically, like, I'm just joking with this like twat who just he's angry that I thought that the person who's pretending to be a woman is a woman. That's basically just his only like fit. And this is what I'm saying to you about black and brown people. They don't care. They don't care about context. If they can just get a chance to make you look stupid, they'll do it. And this is just like why, like, I'm telling you, there's like loads of like guys that I only hung out with mostly white people. And I just remember around like 2010s, around that sort of era again, when like white replacement was really big. I used to always just say, "Do you ever use social?" And these are the people who just didn't use social media and I always go, "Why not?" I go, "If you try, just all my channels just get suppressed, and I just never got any traction or any views." And the reason again is because there's just like the main block of there's like a couple of blocks of people watching things, which is like the black unemployed people, Indian unemployed people, Middle Eastern unemployed people. And all of them are not going to watch whitey. So if you're white, you're only people who are going to watch you is a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of people who've got a little bit of time and they'll know who you are. It's the spice of life. Yep, that's one. Oh yeah, let's just do it. This is a good area.
This is the GYC reminding you to stay away from all feed activity to a coalition member immediately.
Cooking happened. Watch your feet.
How can you be such a fucking cloud?
Wow, that's a smell.
We should go. Now.
Wait, don't leave. Treat you guys to a bowl if you help with the...
Cloud's just like, fuck this. Cloud's right.
audience.
So, what more do you need? Oh, right. Torgen's vegetables. That dog's probably parked near the village entrance, selling his produce. You mind swinging by and picking up some of his stuff for me?
This is like what women want to do. Just want to stay free fucking bull slaves.
What a sweet boy you are, staying behind for me. You'll be good to Torgen now, you hear?
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do this, because if this happened
Did you
in
just pay that dog money?
now,
Oh, him? That's Melon.
an Indian man would probably like
He
rape
comes
the
by
dog
from
and
time
like
to
steal the
time
money.
to sell
You'd be like,
the
nah, they
village
wouldn't.
produce.
Yeah, they would. They
We
would.
grow our own veggies
I'm
here
not.
in
I'm
town
gone
too.
beyond. This is what I'm talking to you about. The band-aid's been firmly like ripped off from me. I do not. Nothing surprises me anymore. There's like loads of these videos that like, I just come up on X, and it's just like Indians doing the most deplorable shit. And at this point, I just don't. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing. They just like stab each other. They've got no regard for life. They all just live vicariously like through some kind of weird bug mentality, and they all don't care if they die. So if they just live in like in this country, they all just don't care because it's like to them, it's like their life isn't that important. So they just don't care if like they just like get killed because they're just depressed. They just probably like smoke weed and just like do like fentanyl and just like don't care if they die. Why are you just letting these people in? Look how happy he is.
There's my boy. How'd it go today?
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do this.
Hello.
Not seen you before. Out of towners?
Just visiting, yeah. So, could we buy some of your produce?
Can't help you. Don't sell to out of towners. Barely got enough for the locals as is. Judging by them duds you got on, you're city folk, ain't you? I ain't about to sell the bounty of my soil to friends who ain't never got down in the muck with me in mind. Now get.
I don't know the first thing about farming, but I do know how happy these veggies are. Can practically hear them.
Got an eye for the stuff. But you're telling me you got deer too? What's this one saying?
Something about how rich the soil is. How it can thrive and spread its roots deep. Grow big and strong.
I'll be. Oh, quit with the guilt tripping now, will ya? You know perfectly well I wasn't gonna leave them high and dry.
So.
We ain't seen any more customers today, I reckon. So whatever we got left over is yours for the taking.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
They finally learned to talk back.
We're actually trying to make gungaga mushroom soup. What do you think we should use? Any advice would be great.
At the risk of stating the obvious, you'll need some quality gungaga
Yeah, exactly.
mushrooms. Or better yet, some maganga mushrooms. They'll take that soup of yours to the next level. Things grow on a hill near here, but unless you got one hell of an eye, better to rely on a chocobo. They're flavorful suckers, so 3 caps ought to more than suffice. Pick them one at a time, though, if you want to keep your...
Oh yeah, I remember he has like to give a hand job or something.
Mighty powerful. And be mindful of the beasties, too. A lot of types are awful fond of the mushroom scent.
Gotcha.
Ah, and you can't forget the salt. Nothing brings out the flavor better than a sprinkling. And Gunga mushrooms being what they are, you're gonna want to savor it. Proper kind of salt fork's got a color close to this. Melon, you get them where they need to go.
How does melon at all? There we go. Look how much health melon's got. Yeah, there's like it's funny because there's probably like 3 games now. I realize they've probably got like a mission where you gotta follow like a dog. They obviously just like brought that mechanic in. Like we'll be able to use that a couple of times.
No
I love Koi Ball. Would you watch Koi Ball for? Do you think a black man should be like more just because he's black? Oh my god, it's gonna be 35 degrees tomorrow. Holy shit. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I'm already like gonna die. That should rewind me a little. Okay.
Let's do this. That's that.
Hell yeah. Dude, I just fucking look at it. Yeah. Hell yeah. I know that's so funny. I just... Man. Yo, fine. I remember those guys. Damn, that was so dope. Oh god.
Be careful. You're mine. After you.
Don't let me down.
Pushing it.
Here I go. Oh, it's over.
It's like... Didn't even hear the whole.
Looks like they're all slightly different colors. Let's see. Well, one of these automatic. Morgan's picture.
Yeah, it's obviously this one.
I'd say that's the one we want.
Oh, so sorry. Okay.
Yep, nailed it.
Oh. What time's Embor? Where do I go? It's not that, is it? It's not that. It is not. So where do I go? There's obviously a third bit of like shit I go. Found it. Crazy.
What a gorgeous color. All right. I think next up are the Moga.
I
That's the point, right? It's meant to be humorous. It's meant to be a joke about transphobes. Nothing much to say about that one.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sorry.
What kind of cookies do you have?
Must be the
Thank
area
you.
tour game's tough.
Makes me not want to cook, you know. I don't think I want to give this place any more of my money. It's okay. It's like it's not okay, but it's also like I'm trying to take these things in stride a little bit more lately. I'm not happy about it. I don't like it. It's really stinks. If the person hadn't corrected themselves, I would have corrected them, but they did immediately. Sometimes people will say like, well, you don't voice train Lily. How can you expect someone to gender you correctly in this situation? The expectation is not for a server to reach a mind.
Because what you want is you want to have like women like those. What the fuck is the point of this? Dude.
Is that a server understands that they don't know your pronouns. They don't know anybody's pronouns, even if they look a certain way.
See, this is the thing I don't really get, because her whole point was that you've got to just correct yourself, and he did correct himself, and yet you still posted the video with him in the background. I just, why? Okay, look, yes, it's not nice to be misgendered. I don't think anybody's...
I don't mind if I get misgendered, Cody. I don't mind being misgendered.
Behold, the Mapunga mushroom. You just gotta be very...
What is it? What? What am I doing wrong?
Oh no, we broke it?
More of them ought to be around here somewhere. Okay, back to the birds.
Denying that, but we're kind of taking through the options now. What else is there to do? I don't think he probably wanted to make a big song and dance out of the fact that he misgendered you. I think he corrected himself and he moved on. What else is there to do? I think it's more awkward, actually, to come to you and be like, oh, I'm really, I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe the nice thing would have been to do a proper formal apology. I don't know. But posting a video of somebody when they correct, I just don't get the point, really. That's my opinion.
I was like, oh, I mean, dude. Oh, shit.
Woman or trans woman, say hi.
It's on you.
Oops. Oopsie. But what do I do? Okay.
Another one. Into the sack it goes.
Right, sorry. I was there completely wrong. Okay, got it. What's happening?
These things sure are fragile.
One more to go.
Trans woman is just an adjective modifying woman. So in the same way that, not to make an assumption, that you might say you're a cis woman, I might say I'm trans or a woman.
I'm gonna want circumstance to, just like when I go to people, I wouldn't say, hey, I'm Jake.
In terms of introducing myself, I would just say, hi, I'm Lily. But if it was relevant to the conversation, you know, if it came up or if I was asked, I would say, yes, I am trans. But it wouldn't be something that I would necessarily lead.
See, I much prefer this kind of content because you're inviting people to come over and talk to you rather than just posting a load of... I think actually this kind of content is quite useful because it gives the general public a chance to ask questions, and as much as a lot of people disagree these days, but a big thing that I am very strong for is people asking questions and learning rather than this whole you can't say a slight thing wrong. It really irritates me these days, right, where we've all got this want, right, in this agreement that we want people to be less ignorant, we want people to learn more and understand more and be more accepting. We can't...
No, we don't. Don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about other people. Stop caring about other things. It's such a pussy thing to do. It's what little kids do. Or Indians. I love India. tomorrow's gonna be 34. I'm about to break up.
Can't have that though without allowing people to ask questions and make.
Oh, sharp husband gold. Sorry.
This whole idea that we can't have these conversations about these topics, which can be sensitive topics sometimes, because a lot of people are worried to ask questions because they don't want to offend. But I do think if we want to learn more about one another as a society, we need to be asking questions. And actually, I think that there is
I know, I'm doing so loud. 4 hours. Yeah, it's hot. It's still really hot.
Everybody's doing social media for me, so that's not really relevant. I think this type of content is the best type of content because it's actually probably having a somewhat positive effect on the topic of being transgender, because it allows people to ask questions and to learn, and I don't see
Okay, so naive. So naive. Dude, just your little bro. What's wrong with the little bro? Ah, fuck. This is bad. I'm getting deja vu. I'm actually getting deja vu. Okay, hang on. Oh god. That's the deja vu, bro.
wrong with that.
That's the deja vu, bro.
I would much rather see her make this content than talk about her genitals in Disneyland. Personally, what do I know?
Oh god. You can say hi, just be nice. Oh no, how many kids? Oh please, don't take me to the restaurant. Oh my god. You can get a picture, yeah. Oh my god.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah, sure. Y'all back up. This is a y'all gotta back up. Back up. This is a private restaurant. Go. I'm sorry. That was terrifying. I'm sorry. There was like a freaking bomb that just encircled. It was a horde of teenagers. That was really terrifying. It was like a zombie horde that noticed me, and as soon as a few kids came, like 17 started running. And then some teacher, God bless their soul, was like, hey, has never happened before.
I mean, the only thing that came to mind during that video is you're at Disneyland. Like, how does one afford to go to Disneyland so many times? Is Disneyland
Indians pay him. Or Jews.
like a one-time thing, maybe a couple of times, but is it not?
So they want him to, her, whatever, to do this.
And again, I know there's not much commentary to add to that clip. I feel like I wouldn't really like a bunch of children rushing towards me either. But also, you are pretty famous. Well, infamous, probably the better phrase, so it's kind of expected. I'm not saying you should deal with it, but it is, yeah. When you are the Lily Tino who streams all the time and you stream your location, it is kind of like, it's gonna happen.
As some of you might know, in the past year or so-ish, I have gotten a little bigger. And at first, I thought, no big deal, like, nobody's business other than my own. Like, why would anyone care? But thankfully, y'all have been on it and sent me.
Located drinking from a like Hello Kitty Stanley card probably costing 100 quid. Instead of her having kids, this is what she's gonna do. So.
Like playing with fire?
Oh god.
You got this.
You won't regret this. Don't let me down.
Take it over. All right.
Go on.
Don't overdo it.
See ya. Want some more? This ain't nothing. Fired up.
Fuck these mushrooms, seriously. Fuck these mushrooms. Stupid mushrooms. Where is it?
and final.
The most give. Oh my god.
In farming. That should be it for the mushrooms.
DMs and comments every single day letting me know that a caked up trans baddie like myself should not be
I watch
taken
OnlyFans.
space. Y'all have taught me that these delicious estrogen-filled curves are actually dangerous and they should be kept hidden. It doesn't...
Ugh, you're gross. I watch OnlyFans. Jokes off to OnlyFans.
matter that I'm more confident or more empowered than I've ever been. And it doesn't matter that the men in my DMs are burstier than they've ever been. What really matters is your comfort, not mine. Moving forward, I will be retiring.
Am I ever gonna get this right? We come bearing ingredients. Why don't you give it one more shot? I can pitch in too. Well, since you guys went to the trouble. Okay, one more shot.
Dude.
Whatever. Huh. This might turn out okay. Told you. The Fairs are always inviting me over for dinner. Thought I'd be nice and return the favor by making them poison, apparently. But as you can see, I'm a sore loser. Cooking's never as easy as you think. Got that right. Didn't need to learn back in Midgar. The company provided all our meals. Tasted like garbage, though. Don't know how I stomached the stuff. Not bad, huh? But what about the bombberry flavor?
Bombberry? What, like the military rations?
Yeah, those. Sorry, that's really not important. What is important is the soup. The soup! Time to taste test! Whoa there! Might want to let it cool. Right. Oops.
Oh, retard. Absolute retard. And we just like sat and go.
That's pretty good. And that salt you guys managed to find definitely brings it all together. It's crazy how a few changes made such a huge difference. Great job.
Fine. Gotta do. Where's that in? Getting close. You can put 4 of those on. Even magic up, technically you can put 4 of those on. If you put it on air, it would fucking destroy you. That's probably like an actual good strategy. Just get 4 magic ups. Just like magic would be so bad.